than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Live at the Bike, the Bicycle Casino's streaming live cash game. I am Bart Hanson, and I'm here with Shirley Rosario. How are you doing tonight, Shirley?
I'm doing well. Thanks, Bart.
Denny Williams is taking tonight and tomorrow night off, and we are streaming a game that we actually haven't broadcasted before. It's kind of a low to middle limit Hold'em game, 8-16 Hold'em. The chips that you see on the table are green $2 chips. Of course, the chip people usually keep their chips in stacks of 20, so each stack represents $40, and Shirley is going to introduce to you the lineup for tonight.
Right. In seat number 1, we have Gigi. Doesn't look like she's taking her seat right now. And seat number 2 is Jonna. And then Daniel's in seat number 3. We have Andy in seat 4. And Grant in seat 5. Jimmy is in seat 6. George is in seat 7. Seat 8 is Hector. And seat 9 is Brian.
Now, the only type of limit Hold'em that we have actually done on the broadcast is the 400-800 game, Shirley, on Thursdays. And funny enough, these two games might play a little bit more similar than people would think, in the nature that a lot of people are going to see come in with a lot of different hands, and it's a very, very loose game, unlike a mid to high limit like a 20-40 or a 30-60 where it's kind of proper play, straightforward, tighten up. There's going to be a lot of chips on the table. It's a 4-8 chip structure, meaning the first bet is 4 chips, and after the turn it turns into 8 chips. So you're going to see a lot of chips on the table. And have you played this game a lot before, Shirley?
Yeah, I have. It is a big action game because of the chips, because of the 4-8 chips.
Right. Same type of structure as the 400-800 when you use $100 chips. You know, this is 8-16 and each chip is $2, so it's 4-8 in that manner.
5 players.
So a rack of chips is going to represent about $200 green chips, and a stack is going to be $40. Pot's going to be about $100.
Looks like everyone hit something here.
Yeah.
Almost everyone's hit something here.
It's all right.
Top pair ace kicker, straight draw, flop pair 5, straight draw, or gut shot straight draw, pair of 6s.
If I'm not mistaken here, it looks like ace-6 is the best hand right now, Shirley.
Yeah, it still is.
Seat 5 is going to lead out here. And he's going to take the pot down.
Looks so pretty. Thanks so hard.
Denny Williams, of course, is preparing for our tournament series, Winning the Green, which starts tomorrow evening. Inaugural event is a $100 buy-in,
No limit
Hold'em.
No rebuys.
No rebuys, and we should probably expect, I would think, at least 400 people.
I'm thinking probably 5, yeah. And then, of course, Tuesday's Omaha for the two of us.
Friday's actually Omaha.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah, Friday. $200 buy-in, yeah. And because Denny's the tournament director, you know, he's very busy trying to prepare the different structures and promotions and things. So we're giving him a couple of nights off. I'm sure to many people's dismay.
Yes, I'm sure.
So the small blind here is $4.
$4.
Large blind is $8.
2 chip, 4 chip.
Play good. I am playing good.
Oh, we have a couple females. That's a nice change.
Now we
Seat
get
1
to
and
see
seat
what he
2.
did on that last time.
Even though you can throw it away, you have to here. So you can place the card.
Of course, when we talk about limit hold'em, we're usually talking about a game compared to no limit. That's more mechanical, kind of straightforward play, you know, really prevails. You see a lot less limping in limit hold'em, obviously, because what we call implied odds are greatly diminished. The amount that you can bet is capped by a limit on each street, so you can't win someone's entire stack. So you're not going to see people coming in with low suited connectors and stuff like that. 8-9 of spades would probably be the lowest one you'd want to see from out back here. Seat 3's flopped to your top 2 pair.
Seat 6, a gut shot there. We are going to see a lot of action on this game here.
Nice.
So seat 6 was the original razor led out, gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Seat 7 flat called with second pair. Seat 3 raised with top 2 pair, which I love that raise because it's really the right move here on this type of flop. Now, even more of a reason for seat 3 to continue driving, because if someone has a king here, they might call with a weak kicker thinking that they're going to have 2 pairs, 2s and kings with a queen kicker, and it's going to be a shot pot, but it's not because he's got top 2 pair here.
So we still have 3 players. I can't imagine why seat 5 is in this hand.
Look at this, though. Seat 6 hit has got shot straight draw. He's got the best hand. He's going to lead out, and it's going to be, especially in limit, King Queen is going to call for 1 bet here, I'm sure. It's just
Ace jack, sir.
Ace jack.
To the other hand. Oh, no, even ace on the river, you still win.
I'm still confused by that queen 6. Why was he in there all the way down?
Again, this is kind of a lower limit table, and you're going to see a lot of calls, kind of similar to the no limit 200 game with second pair. But even in this game, even more so, it's a bad call because at least in no limit, if you call with a single pair or second pair, you might get lucky on the turn and be able to make a whole bunch of money with 2 pair of trips. Here, like we said before, you're only going to be able to make the amount of money that's each
a couple bets.
Yeah, exactly. So even more reason not to call unless you think you have the best hand with the top pair. And seat 6's play there, calling with ace jack. After that deuce hit on the turn, I don't like the call. I mean, he's drawing for a gut shot. Yeah, maybe if he spikes an ace now, it's going to be good because of 2 pairs, because the 2s are out there. But he really didn't have odds to call. He should have mucked his hand, calling for 4 outer really on the turn. I don't think the pot really dictated.
Well, I mean, unless he did think his aces were good. I still don't know if it was correct. He had 7 outs then. It might have been the right call on the turn with 7 outs.
Because the deuce paired up, you mean?
Well, if he thought his ace was good and there's 7 outs and he's got a 14% chance to make his hand, he's got to get 5 to 1 or 6 to 1 on his.
And obviously, he didn't know that he was up against top 2 pair, but maybe he thought the guy was raising with the king.
Yeah.
Limit hold'em, again, like any other variation of poker, you need to know your players. And if you play with someone a lot, you're going to really be able to tell what they have. If this guy, over in this position would only play king-queen because there was a cold call raise, he cold called the raise, he probably wouldn't do that with king-jack, maybe king-jack suited or something like that. So you might be able to put him on top 2 pair like that.
Hey, by the way, guys, when we take a break, 10-minute break in this game rather than 20 like keep that in mind if you need to take.
What time would that be? What time
It's kind of funny, a lot of people don't realize that these games with a 4-8 chip structure and sometimes a 5-10 chip structure really do dictate a lot more action than a game with a 2-4 chip structure. I know that pots in this game are much, much bigger than our pots in 10-20, which use $5 yellow chips because this is a 4-8 structure.
And I think that is true with the 4-8 chip in any kind of a limit. I mean, down in the blue chips when it's 4-8, it's a lot more action. And then
with the $1 chips, you mean?
With the $1 chips, yeah, it plays a lot
bigger than a
the
2-4 or something like that. Yeah, plays more than double than a 2-4, right? For a game, See, we see seat 5 coming in here with 7-10 offsuit. He's in mid to late position here, but it's really not a playable hand. I mean, it's kind of funny because I saw Greg Raymer limp in with that hand a bunch of times in the 500 no limit game from under the gun. But of course, no limit is a lot different because you have implied odds to be able to get into a flop for cheap if you can break someone. In limit, 7-10, I don't care what position you're in, 7-10 offsuit is not a playable hand.
Right.
I wouldn't even put the extra 2 chips in the small blind.
No,
I
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
You would think that it's because of lack of experience here, but we saw, the players from the big game last week make some questionable calls too.
Well, of course, the thinking about limping in with a lot of odd and raising with odd hands like Ted Forrest did with the 9-deuce offsuit is when you come up to that level, those guys really are playing more off a player than the cards. And then, some of these players in 8-16 might think that they're really good, but they're not up to the level of the players in the 408.
Right, and I thought that was true, but Ted Forrest, from what I understand, did that in first position. You don't have a read coming in first position with 9-deuce.
I think he was first one in, but he was in early position.
Oh, okay,
with that
first one in.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's a little different. He could be the first one in on the button.
Real estate?
I think he was probably in third position. He was in early to mid position with that one, and he just happened to get lucky. But again, and those guys were so familiar with each other's play. I mean, usually you come into a brick and mortar casino and you play an 8-16 game. Unless you're a super regular, you're not going to know most of the people on the table. So saying that I can play 7-10 offsuit on this table because I know these players usually. It's usually not the best move to make.
If you're not going to call, you don't have to show that hand.
You saw it still?
And looks like we're seeing seat 5 again limp in, and I can see through the whole camera that he has 5-4 offsuit, Shirley, and he's in second position. And again, that is just not profitable hand in that position in limit hold'em.
That's why I probably missed it.
Good, you want one?
Seat 3 came in a big blind with 9-10, flop 2 pair.
Was that a limped pot there?
It was.
Because the girl in the small blind, Jana in seat 2, she didn't complete with the ace deuce. So that's pretty good.
Ace deuce suited or ace deuce?
No, unsuited. I wouldn't either, but we're seeing players playing 4-5.
Right.
It wouldn't be shocking to have someone call with ace deuce.
Come back all the way.
Well,
Put it out.
we were so close to hit the 100,000 jackpot.
Earlier, yeah.
And one more ace.
Guess that no limit jackpot is still not been hit. It's $100,000.
That's right. In this game, we have super jackpots in certain times of the day that are up to $100,000, and then normally when they're not $100,000, I think they're at least 35 or 40.
In the range, yeah, right.
And of course, when we talk about a bad beat jackpot hold'em, we're talking about ace full of tens cracked by quads or better. And if that happens, you have what's called a bad beat. And the loser has a big chunk of the jackpot, 50%. The winner takes, 25, and the table share is 25%. Of course, our no-limit action has just been incredible here with $100,000.
With that jackpot. Everyone has the fever, including me.
Well, it's funny because I know, of course, we're both props here, and you, look at this. The pocket queens makes a set here.
Oh, what a arriba.
Wow, that's true.
Arriba.
Of course, we're both props here. I usually play more 20-40 limit hold'em. I was playing 30-60 Omaha today, where you exclusively play, which are non-jackpot games, where you exclusively play in the no-limit section, right?
Well, not exclusively, but almost
exclusively.
Almost, yes.
So.
If they need me in other games, I will go down and play like 10-20, 8-16 hold'em. And, of course, 6-12 Omaha, which is my favorite. Any kind of Omaha is my favorite. But they don't usually need me in that game.
So have you come close to hitting a jackpot since it's been hit like 3.5 months ago?
No, well, today I was sitting at a table where we had 3 aces on the board, and the player had the pocket pair, and the guy didn't have the ace. We thought he did, but he actually had a flush. He really wanted to bet his hand. We could tell, so we thought he had the ace.
Well, of course, that's usually the most common way that a bad beat jackpot's hit, when the flop has 3 aces.
3 aces,
and you
right.
have a pocket pair of both tens.
Yeah, well, the flop wasn't 3 aces. The board was 3 aces.
Right.
And then there was only 7 high was the other card, so anyone only needed an ace 7 or higher.
Now, seat 1, who's closest to the button here, has got pocket aces. This can kind of be a little bit of a scary board for pocket aces. Seat 7's had an open-ended straight draw. Wow, and she's going to come again, re-raise it. And pocket aces is going to tap. looking at heads up, open-ended straight draw against pocket aces here.
So is she getting anything for finals?
So we see a bet in the call. Of course, the 8-10 is drawing out for the straight,
You got it.
and he makes it on the river.
Gets a couple of points from somewhere.
I know. What else?
Yeah, she knew that's what he had.
Yep.
You know what? This is the second time you beat me with a
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Thank you very much, dear.
second.
Got a couple players going irate over here.
Well, you know, an overpaired limit hold'em, you're not going to be able to protect it as much as you are, obviously, in no limit hold'em. You know, if this
Or
was
in a larger game.
right, and if this was a if this was a limit game, excuse me, if this was a no limit game, she probably would have been able to bet him out of the pot. The thing is, though, even at a 20-40 level, again, you're not normally seeing somebody limp in with ace-10 of hearts, but if you do flop an open-ended straight draw,
They only how many times?
you know,
7 times
he most
already?
likely is going to call all the way down to the river, though. Usually,
Yeah, you're right. I'm just thinking about the hand.
Right.
You know, pre-flop 8-10. You just don't normally see that in higher level games.
Exactly.
Oh, you brought my aces once too, right?
With the kings, yeah.
The kings.
And people will think that, a lot of people new to the game just like no limit hold'em because, they think it's a pure form of poker. Whereas limit you can't protect your hand. But I like the math in limit hold'em.
Of course.
Limit hold'em is all about saving bets and extracting the most amount of money that you possibly can from bets. So,
Right. And saving bets equates the same to as winning them.
Right. So if you know you're beat, you have to lay down. But sometimes, remember when we had Scotty Wynn here last week or the week before that, the pot is so big that we get into something called game theory, where if a guy makes a bet at you and you think that there's a slight chance that you might have the best hand, as little as 1 or 2%, and the pot odds are dictating that you can call at 1 or 2%, the pot is so big for that extra bet, then you want to do that, because if he bluffs out successfully that 1 or 2%, he's actually beating you in the long term.
Right.
So, it's a certain type of balance between those two things.
Camel's milk.
Got that close to that good, too.
Oh, I'm burning, man. Things are
That's a
bad.
good one, man.
Looks like she's still a little upset. She has a hand, but I'm talking about her demeanor at the table. She has ace queen.
Now look at this. We got pocket kings actually in seat 8. It's the one that brought the raise in.
Right, take
Yes,
it
I
easy.
Did she
ordered.
3-bet over there?
She 3-bet it. That is a bet that I like to do to try to isolate people, to get the people
I
out
would
and
do the
back of
same
you
thing, yes.
on the button. Not necessarily a re-raising hand from up front, but if you can get the people out back of you out, you take control of the hand. Now, she didn't flop anything. Let's see if she pumps it up
No,
here
but
on the
she
floor.
called,
She
yeah.
flat called. So.
I would imagine she's going to call all the way down.
You think so?
I think so.
See, I wouldn't call all the way down. I usually call the half bet on the flop and then muck on the turn if I don't hit my card, especially with ace
You
queen.
cannot win.
Yeah, you can win. Okay, of
I mean,
course you can win.
a lot of times with ace queen, on the turn, you could be drawing to as little as 3 outs
Three
from
outs.
queen if the guy has ace king or a higher pair, and exactly that's what she was doing there. Even with ace king, sometimes it's going to depend on how much money the pot is laying me if I'm going to call for that extra double bet on the turn to try to catch a couple of over cards.
King Kong, ace, 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 Kong.
It all depends. Sometimes if you see a ragged flop and you're a raiser and somebody bets
Play
into
that
you,
hand very weak.
you can raise on the flop to get what's called the free card on the turn, where it's usually checked to you, and you can check behind
And you
it.
save a half bet doing that.
Right. You see a lot of people do that with flush draws, open-ended straight draws from the back. It's
Only way to play it heads up, man.
$100,000.
it's a good technique. You're not actually getting a free card, like you said. You're kind of saving a half of a bet.
Right.
Is what you're doing. And a lot of people have a tendency to check to the razor, which isn't always the correct play. If you think you have the best hand on the turn, I would go out and bet it, especially if you think the guy's on some sort of draw that he didn't make on the turn. We'll bet the turn and make him pay for the draw. Sometimes if I know for a fact that the guy's on a draw, I might wait for a safe card on the turn and then bet in again on the turn. And then if he flat calls me, I know he's probably on a draw.
Does anybody have a 10 here? Doesn't look like it.
C3's got ace king.
Everything automatically goes set up there?
He was the original raiser, and he bets, and the button's going to raise here.
Okay. Yeah, I know that.
Looks like the button's got pocket eights. No, excuse me. Ace queen. So ace king against ace queen. Ace king bets, ace queen raises, and we might be able to see a good example of position play here, Shirley. With Ace Queen might be able to take down this flop. Although seat 8 is still in the hand with pocket 8s.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it looks like one of them's out. Ace
I
King
think
is out.
4-9 is out.
Ace King is out.
See, now I hit the king on the river. See? I
So the Ace King
You're right.
would have won. I think he folded when it got raised.
Well, I think what had happened was Ace King bet on the flop, was raised on the button by Ace Queen,
Right.
called, and then the turn, check
nothing,
and check
and
and
that's when
fold.
they got rid of it.
Which I still think is the best play. You normally in that type of situation, of course, the king comes on the river, which is why this game can be frustrating a lot of the time. But again, it depends on the odds. I mean, people will call for a flush draw, which is 9 outs, and there she had, 6 outs. But of course, someone with the 10 is way ahead.
Right,
You don't
yeah.
necessarily
Don't know
know
if
that someone doesn't have a 10.
Drawn dead, right.
My pocket queen. That's how she play pocket.
Now, seat 6, I think his name is
Jimmy.
Jimmy. I played with him a lot in the 20 game. He can be kind of a aggressive limit player.
I'm not really familiar with many of these players. Seat 7 I know. But
Jimmy likes to play a lot of hands and will push forward with a lot of hands that might be inferior if he senses a weakness from people up front.
Oh, check.
There's the queen. There's my queen.
And Jimmy's flopped the best hand here with Queen 9.
Nice.
And seat 7 is raising with a flush draw. Again, Shirley trying to buy a free card. Little does he know that seat 4 is drawing to a higher flush.
Mm-hmm.
And normally this means the club is not going to come because there's 2 more clubs that aren't in the deck for them to hit. They're both drawing to the same. Now, if I was Jimmy, I would really lead at this. I wouldn't check to the button, and he's going to lead with his queen. I really like that play. And look at this. Of course, we see a flat call from seat 7. Which usually would indicate that he's on a flush draw, and a call from seat 6, so indicating that they're on draws. And they both don't get there, and Jimmy's going to win this pot with queen high. Pair of queens and 5s.
Hey. Don't show off, man.
Oh, man, no.
That's shit, man. That's bad.
But the pots are pretty nice here. I mean, it looks like it's almost a wrap. Well, maybe. No, not quite.
Some of the techniques that you can use in the 400, 800 game or larger limit games don't really apply at this level. And what I mean by that is a check raise, semi-bluff on the turn. You're not going to get somebody off the top pair. I don't care what their kicker is. And at 16, it's just not going to happen. It just is, the money really isn't worth it to people to lay down for an extra, whatever it is, $16.
Yeah.
Whereas in a 400, 800 game, if a tight, solid player check raises you on the turn, or even in a 20-40 game, usually top pair is not good, or they're making a move on you with a draw, and usually top pair isn't good, so usually you don't call. I mean, of course, you have to figure out the situation. But at this level, those types of plays don't really work.
Yeah, but what the players need to remember is that it doesn't really matter what limit you're playing.
Right.
I mean, it's either a right call or a wrong call,
Absolutely.
whether you're playing at 400, 800, or 816.
But just because the fact that people won't lay down a pair when they're check raised on the turn means that people aren't going to check raise semi-bluff because it just doesn't work. Whether it's right or not. The ace king, seat 5's got the best hand here. That's going to make him feel even
gut
better.
shot again, yeah. Well, now we're actually going to see some fireworks, I would imagine, because the ace 9 hit 2 pair too. Well, it's just a call.
Looks like just a check and call from seat 1, which maybe she thinks she's going to lead now.
She let out. Yeah, no. And he
Oh, the other day they hit up.
it's like he threw one chip in. He must have a $100 oversized chip there.
Yeah, I got pieces up.
It was more today.
I think what might have happened there, Shirley, I kind of got lost in the play, was that seat 1 bet right into seat 5 on the turn, and then he didn't raise for some reason, which is just kind of ridiculous because you want somebody like Queen 10 out of that hand so that they don't catch the gut shot in back of you.
Right.
You don't want a cold call.
No, it's not him.
in that situation.
He wanted to save the checker, the raise for the
For the
river, but
river.
he still could have got one extra bet out of that.
Absolutely.
I think it was 30.
The only time that I'm going to flat call, and I've actually mentioned this to the viewers a bunch of times, an expert play is to sometimes just call on the turn when you know you have the absolute goods and pop on the river, for a number of reasons because you think if you raise on the turn, the guy might fold on the turn, and you think he might be bluffing at you, so you raise on the river. And we saw that with Toto Leonidas and Cece last week when she had flopped 3 jacks. But at the same time, if you got somebody in back of you that you think might be drawing to someone, you've got to kick up top 2 pair on
Right,
the turn.
you have to get him out of there.
Absolutely. Can't let him in there for cheap.
I'm amazed at how many players are playing these ace rag hands.
One of my
I don't have a problem.
faults, even as I started to play 2040 on a regular basis a few years ago, was playing ace rag suited cards from the first 5 or 6 positions. They're really not worth much of anything.
I know.
Ace 7, ace 8. You see people bring those in suited all the time from first and second position, and just because they're suited doesn't mean anything.
Right.
That's really an unplayable hand in limit hold'em. And then people who bring in ace 8, ace 5 offsuit they limp in with that. It's just, those are really unplayable cards. I would much rather have king queen, king jack.
Oh yeah, I'd rather have 7-8 than ace 8.
Right.
Honestly, I would.
Of course, 7-8
but
really isn't
I do
playable.
play, but I play a lot more no limit. So
Right,
of course
right.
those hands work together. So.
Raise.
Okay, we have a raise in seat 6. Can't quite see.
It's like king jack offsuit. Now, of course, I've read some things about how people say I play really tight on 2+2. King jack offsuit, he can raise from that position. He's in middle to late position, but I don't really even think that that's a playable hand from up front. Unless you're in a really, really loose game, I don't think it has much value. When you look at limit hold'em, you're talking about playing a minimal amount of hands from up front. Up front being the first 3 positions.
I'll play it. It depends on the situation. It's always situational, but
Seat 1 just flat called his bet, Shirley.
yeah.
And then he's going to wait till the turn to raise. And you see that a lot in limit play, especially when you flop trips.
Now with Jack King, the reason why I play, I'll come in for a raise with it, but I won't call a raise with it.
Right.
So a lot of times when I'm playing the hand, it's because I'm the aggressor on it.
And I think that suited cards in limit hold'em go up a lot in value. A jack, king, offsuit, when I'm in the first 2 positions, I won't even play. But a jack, king suited, I might bring in for a raise depending on the circumstances. And a lot of people say, well, suited just adds like a little bit of extra value.
It's very small, but those hands
but
that are
in limit,
marginal, it adds a lot.
And in limit hold'em, especially when you can afford to go down to the river with draws, it adds a lot of value to your hand.
Yeah,
Whereas
suited cards win big pots.
Suited cards. Whereas in no limit, you kind of are looking at the rankings of cards because a lot of people are going to try to bet you off of your draws. So I don't think that when I'm talking about high cards, like a king queen suited or a king jack suited, is more valuable in limit than it is in no limit. Whereas a small suited connector has more value in no limit than it does in limit. If you follow me. Like a 5-6 suited or a 7-8.
It has more value in no limit?
In no limit.
Oh,
than
yeah,
it does in
absolutely.
limit.
Absolutely. I wouldn't even play 5-6 in suited in limit, unless I thought I could raise some, pick up a blind here or there.
Right.
1,500 probably came from the 50.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
500 came
from
from the
25. I got 3,500 to 7. They give a freaking dime. Screw him. And I don't even know the guy. I give him money.
Of course, because if you have those high suited cards in limit, and you pick up a flush draw on the flop, and you have overcards, you have odds to call almost all the way down to the end.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why those high suited cards have a lot of value in limit play, and definitely I think in certain combinations of cards, it's the difference between a muck and a raise.
Yeah, well, the key word there is high value cards.
Right.
You don't want to be playing those
right.
hands you wouldn't normally play just because they're suited.
Right.
Okay? But I didn't give out.
In 1 year?
In 1 year, yeah. That's $6,000 in tips that I didn't give out. I
Doesn't look like anybody really has much of anything here.
Now, seat 5's coming in with
Jack 10. Jack 10. Oh, that's
Jack
seat 7.
8, Jack 8 suited, which, again, from up front, doesn't have a lot of value in limit. 10-7 suited for seat 6. Jack 10 offsuit for seat 7.
We have a queen, it looks like a queen 10 suited in seat 9.
Are you sure?
Seat 9 actually has the best hand here with queen 10 suited. Here we go. And that's a playable hand and limit from around back. I don't necessarily. I might limp in with it in the middle, Shirley. Again, that's to the point where we're seeing higher suited cards, like a queen jack or king queen.
Seat number 6 picked up a flush draw. I can sense a bad beat.
You can sense it?
No,
He's
I
got
don't
a
know.
pair, too, of course.
Well, he had a pair and picked up the... Okay, he didn't hit it.
The rabbit camera.
And look at this. Queen's going to have...
Why is there an extra?
He isn't scared of that ace. He's going to bet it, and Jimmy's going to mock it. Mock the 7-10. You know, I was thinking as I just heard today that we were doing this game, because I know a lot of times on Wednesday nights we do the 200 no limit, and trying to think of which game normally plays bigger, this game or the 200. Usually the 200 no limit game is a little bit of a bigger game than this, just because you can go...
Normally, but the last couple of weeks when we've done the show on Wednesday, it's been a very boring game.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe it went to the Commerce.
so this game's playing a lot bigger than what we've seen the last 2
Because you can see
weeks.
people here with easily 4 or 5 racks of green chips, which is $800 to $1,000, right? So it's kind of the same. You know, a rack of green is $200. So you see someone with 4 racks in front of them, they have $800. And a lot of times in the 200 games, if they're very tight, you don't see anybody close to that amount in front of them, right?
Yeah.
Depending on
depending on
the
how
game.
long. Yeah,
Right.
how long the game's been going. A lot of times.
So that's about that's about
$80,
$500 right there.
$490, yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, that's not
Fill it out, man. And when you go there, you only take a picture.
Yeah, I'll do
This
that.
one you are regular here. I've seen you like up to 3 times.
My first time here.
Oh no, they all look alike. White boys. They all look alike. Yeah, right.
I think most likely in the future we'll probably have a 20-40 game here at some point on this table.
Yeah, I know that was mentioned.
Yeah, and that game plays as big, if not bigger, than the 500 no limit game, depending on the people. Because you can easily see someone with 5 or 6 racks of yellow, which is about $2,500 to $3,000 in front of them.
Right.
Pots can be well over $1,000. Not necessarily every pot, but every pot is bigger normally than $100 at a minimum, unless you're in a very tight game. So.
Well, the 2040 games here aren't really considered tight, are they?
No, they're
from what
not.
I haven't played them, but
No.
from what I've heard, they're pretty good.
Pretty loose. California games, as we call them. Very different from a game in like Atlantic City or in Las Vegas. No one really has much of anything here.
No, and we're seeing this ace rag again. Oh, he's from the small blind. I still don't like the call. So there's a huge difference in a 2-chip, 4-chip game in the small blind to call 2 more chips in the small blind. If it's a 2-chip, 3-chip game, calling 1 more chip's not so bad. There are a lot of hands actually that I'll call for the 1 chip, but calling 2 more chips is just...
Actually, and it depends on the amount of people. Sometimes I go with the idea that in a 2-3 chip game, it's, of course, when we're talking about the structure being
the blinds.
the blinds,
Two chip, 3 chip.
excuse me, where you only have to call 1 more chip.
Right.
I will almost call with absolutely every hand except for my worst hands,
Right.
meaning like the worst 5% of hands.
Right, like 9 deuce.
9 deuce offsuit,
Right.
2-7 offsuit. A lot of times, even in limit hold'em, if it's been limped around and there are more than 4 or 5 people in a pot in a 2-4 structured blind game, I'll limp in with any 2 suited cards, just because I think that I have the odds to take that, whatever it is, 10, 12 to 1, to see if I pick up some sort of draw on the flop.
Yeah, I just that's not my style. Maybe I should look into that. But in the 2-chip, 4-chip, in the small blind, I normally would not play any hand that I wouldn't play for the full 4 bets, because you do only have half of the bet in there.
Right.
Okay, buttons raising there. Let's see, 5,
Ace
5
offsuit. And
which isn't bad right there, because he's
exactly.
on the button.
And he's the
everyone's
first
folded
one to come
him.
in.
Right.
If someone else had raised it in front of him or even limped it in front of him, I probably would muck that hand.
Yes.
But he was the first one in. Now, here's the problem with ace rag when you're on the button, which a lot of times happens in shorthanded games, too, because you bring in raises with ace rag in shorthanded games from out back, is that you have a flop that doesn't hit you, and basically all the cards are live, and you have absolutely no idea where you are in the hand. So, yeah, the guy checks to you, and you bet, and now he check raises. Now what do you do? You've got ace high. The board's queen 7-2, and you have ace 5.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of caught up, and some people like to, try to take one off or something like that and call, and then when the turn comes, nothing happens. So, it's different theories about what the best play to do. I mean, I guess you could raise back, but now you're just trying to get fancy and get into a betting war. But that's the problem with bringing a hand in with ace rag, and really why it should only be done on the button, I thought.
Yeah. Or one off. One off the
Right,
button.
one off.
I know her.
It's actually my favorite racing position.
One off the button?
Right.
Yeah.
Cut off, because everyone races from the button. You don't want to
think that you're stealing.
Well, you don't want to do
Right.
what everybody else is doing. You want to do the opposite of what people think you'll do. So.
And of course, when you're in first position and you're against something like a steal raise where somebody could be coming in with an ace rag and you don't think the flop really hit them, I mean, you can check raise. That's a case where you could check raise semi-bluff with almost anything, as little as a gut shot straight draw, definitely a flush draw.
Yeah.
And then lead out on the turn. And then if they don't catch anything, it's very difficult for them to call.
Right.
Unless they're going to pop it up for a bluff on the turn. So it's kind of a precarious position when you bring those types of hands in.
They're gonna drop $4,
I don't think they like that on.
Any time that you've called a raise from a blind with some sort of hand and there's a ragged flop, a lot of people love to be in that position because they think they can take control of the hand with a check raise.
Well, that's what Min the Master taught me, was that if you're in the blind and if one person raises, then your heads up, you should call, and any time it comes a ragged flop, that you should lead out, because they shouldn't be raising with anything that coordinated with the board.
Right. And the chances that you're against a pair, meaning like an over pair, like if the flop was even like as little as 2, 7, 8, the chances that you're against an over pair are a lot slimmer than the chances that you're against two high cards,
right.
king, queen, ace, king, ace, queen. So. Did he tell you to lead out or to check raise the flop?
I believe that he told me to lead out.
With regardless of what your hand is.
We're
right?
talking about tournament play, so
Okay.
it might be a little bit different. But I remember in one of the tournaments he was discussing that with me.
Yeah. No, I like that play a lot, because especially in tournament play, you're this 9 jack's got a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. In tournament play, you tighten up a lot more.
What is seat 8 doing? He just let out with that, right?
Maybe he was trying to take your advice, Shirley.
He's totally.
But look at this. The funny thing is that if
still doing it.
But if Jack 9 misses their draw and 4-8 continues to lead out, he could
Right.
take the pot down. And I hope he doesn't get. Yeah,
And
he doesn't
he's
give
gonna-
up.
Right.
Look at that.
8 high wins the pot.
It's on camera.
Well, actually, it's the 10 high.
Exactly. The board
The
wins
board.
the pot.
The board, yeah.
The board wins the pot. We can.
He's got to be so pleased with
The
himself.
funny thing is that we can question that move, but at least if he thought that the guy was on a draw, I'm so glad that he didn't check on the river and give up like
Right,
you see so
yeah.
often. Trying to bet the guy out in the turn, and he calls. You got to follow up with your total bluff, which is what he did, and he got the best hand to lay
He's
it down.
sitting here laughing as he's scooping in. I'm sitting here laughing while he's taking in the chips.
But when you were talking about tournament play, as opposed to a cash game, I love that move that Men the Master said, because in tournament play, your chips are so much more valuable than they are in a cash game. And you sometimes don't even want to call the flops with a couple of overcards because your chips are so valuable, even for half the bet. You know what I mean?
I know.
So it's, you definitely put those people in that type of position.
Well, who can really argue with him anyways?
Right.
The results he's had.
I mean, age-wise.
Hey, we have pocket nines there. Seat 5.
Looks like there's a couple of kings there on seat 8 here.
And we have
And a couple of
4s.
and a couple of 10s in seat 7. So it looks like we're looking at one.
We've got four
Oh,
pocket
excuse me.
pair. 4 pocket pair. We
No,
have
seat
4s,
7 has
9s,
9,
10s.
10. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we have 3. Those, yeah, I don't like that. This.
And look at
I
this.
don't
I
like
think
the
the cap
pocket
was
fours in
actually
there at all.
the flop was actually capped, which you see so often.
And
So
what
often
are we
at this
doing
level.
with some of these hands in here for that many bets?
And no one has a queen. And let's see how this hand plays out here.
Check it.
Seat 8's on the button with kings.
Yeah, I don't like small pocket pairs in Limit Hold'em.
No.
Those,
again,
those
you don't get
fours,
the
yeah,
you
those
don't get
fours
the-
should. I mean, you're looking at a 4.
And you don't have odds to call one time with your 4, unless you think your 4s are good, because you're only drawing to 2 outs.
Oh,
and as we
geez.
say that, as he hits the turn. And he's just going to lead right out. And it's funny, at the end of this hand, in that type of situation, I really like the lead.
We're gonna see. Oh,
And
no.
the ace comes.
Baked potato. Easy carrot.
That's not looking good for the Kings, but he's still
No.
calling there.
Now, a lot of times in limit play, you're going to see a check raise come from the turn. A lot of people check raise their best hands. Now, the problem with check raising on the turn there is that if the guy doesn't have a queen, let's say he has an ace-king or an overpair, he most likely will check, if he's smart, will check behind the checker in front of him and then just call on the river for fear of a queen. Well, I mean, it depends on the guy's style, but a lot of times you're going to see that happen. So, but if you lead right away with your full house 4s, you're going to get 2 bets in. Whereas you risk, if you check, the guy might check behind you if he doesn't have a queen.
Yeah.
So, it's actually the right play, I think, to lead.
I think it's the right play.
And
Well,
the other
if you're in
thing-
the hand.
the
I
other-
would have been in the hand.
Right, exactly. Well, the other thing too, Shirley, is that if the guy does happen to have a queen, you do what's kind of called what I call kind of the reverse check raise, where he's going to raise you on the turn, so don't check raise him, bet into him. Then when he raises, you re-raise him. So if he's got a queen, now you've got the full house, bet, raise, and now I'm going to 3-bet him as opposed to check raising him on the turn. So, there's different strategies. And I just really like I like the fact that he led out with his 4s instead of going for a check raise.
Steam race.
It is a steam race.
Steam race.
So seat 8 said he was steam raising. He has pocket 6s. Not necessarily a steam raise, but not a hand I would play.
Well, I think he actually was. Was he in first? No, he had a couple limpers.
I don't know about that.
If you have pocket 6s in that situation when you're near the button, I think it can be worth 1 limp. I don't know if
Well,
I
he
raised
didn't
with
limp.
it.
He raised, yeah.
Turn my card.
And actually had a pretty good flop for that hand.
He did.
Yeah, it's the best hand and best draw.
And again, if you have a couple overcards, usually you have odds to take 1 card off. Now, if I got king, queen, queen 10, definitely the queen 10s, I'm out of this pot. I wouldn't chase with my queen 10s. Now, king, queen even folds. I would have folded with king, queen, and at least the queen 10s know enough to get out as well.
They all did.
I don't know what I had. A stem on that one.
I should have steamed too. Drop it straight. Flop it straight. What a flop. I don't know if I flopped it, but I dropped it.
I don't know what I had. I didn't even want to look.
You wanted his blind put up?
Thank you. Bye. I said, post my blind. I said, okay.
Yeah, man.
You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it, no problem.
I'm looking for that idiot. I don't see it.
One idiot.
Is that it? Oh, I'm sorry.
He went home. I know it.
Of course, Shirley, like we said before, we have Winning the Green coming up. It's going to last, I believe, over the next 3.5 to 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be lots of action here. We still have our $100,000 no-limit jackpot.
Take it easy, Hector.
And a $100,000 jackpot offered twice a day for the limit.
816 and
And
612
612.
limits, and of course this is the 816 limit that we're playing here. The Saturday's event, as we look at our schedule right here,
Wait, man. You wait outside.
Is the College Challenge for Charity.
so
It's a
it's
$50
no
event.
limit, and it's got multiple rebuys.
Two players.
And on Sunday we have a $100 no limit with multiple rebuys. I think
With
the
a
place,
$50,000 guarantee.
place is going to be packed over this weekend. So if you're not doing anything, come on down to the bike. Going to see the best action in town down here.
Great.
Again, this is the second largest tournament that we hold, the largest being the WPT event that we hold in
The
August.
Legends, the whole
Right.
month, not
Right.
necessarily just a WPT event.
The whole Legends
The
tournament.
whole month.
When it's really, really packed with a lot of professionals. But this little tournament series is actually my
This
favorite
is
one that's held
great.
in
I
LA.
love this one.
Because for a lot of people that don't necessarily have the types of bankrolls to play in tournaments that cost $5,000 to enter, I think this is the best one because we are looking at a bunch of different games. Of course, you and I were both Omaha high-low players, but they got stud high-low, lots of limit hold'em,
They even have low ball.
lots of no limit. They have low ball.
Ace queen here.
And most of the entries are somewhere between, $200 to $500. So it's in the main event is $2,500.
Which is a nice, I think, a perfect price. I'm not going to put up $10,000 for an event.
Right.
Well, we've got some pretty big hands here. We got Jackson Ace Queen.
And Denny was talking about how we're
And
doing
nine.
a smaller super satellite series, $50 for 3 buys to get into the $2,500 tournament, which makes a lot of sense because usually $10,000 buy-in tournaments have $200.
Yeah, I know
super
that they have a
satellites.
super satellite day. Is that the structure? $50 with multiple rebuys?
Well, every night I think they're going to be holding a super satellite, and Denny can correct me if I'm wrong, with $50 multi-rebuys, and then they'll have a day before where they have a super satellite day like that as well. But it's a great way to get into that tournament. $50 take one shot.
Be able to say anything, That's right. Don't you think? You can say
Jackson the Nines have got to be concerned that they may be beat here, so we might see him slow down a bit. Seat 9 was the original 3-better with pocket 9s. And someone's betting into me with 2 overcards there. I think I'd probably mug the hand. I don't care if I was the original raiser or not, Shirley. Because seat 9's just cold calling.
Seat 9's calling, yeah.
Jackson's led the entire way. And you got to think, what could the guy have that I could have beat? And it would be Ace Queen, but one of the other players had it and already mugged it.
Show player.
Ace Queen or Ace Jack, maybe, And
That's what I thought he had. I knew if I could get one overcard, I'd do it.
I don't necessarily know if I would have called all the way down there with pocket 9s.
Tell myself, give him a check, give him an ace or a queen. I know
And that's when we comes into, what we talk about, saving bets. Guy just lost a couple extra double bets there, $32, which doesn't seem like a lot, but in the whole scheme of
It
things,
spends
trying
the
to play this
same as
game,
money, right.
yeah, trying to make a good hourly at this game. He just lost two extra bets that he may have, been able to save there.
You on TV?
If you're heads up against someone, Shirley, in limit play, and you have an overcard hit when you have a pocket pair, then you have to use your good poker skills to, figure out if you beat or not. But when I'm out against 2 people and I have 2 overcards that are on the board against my pocket pair, my pocket pair is not good. Almost 95% of the time, I think the move there was to big slick again here.
We have seat 4 in the hand. I can't see. Oh, that's Ace
4's
King.
that big
Yeah.
slick there. C4 was out of the small one. I couldn't tell if she raised.
2 of you.
That's a he.
The he.
Seat 4,
sorry.
yeah. The women are in seat 1 and 2.
Ace King.
Ace King's still going to call. I don't know if he's calling because he thinks his hand is good. I hope that's why he's calling. Not to hit the Ace
Well,
King.
we'll see now if he
if
calls
he calls
the
it
river.
down, yeah. What was checked?
9.
No, it was checked both ways because the third spade probably scared seat 7 a bit. So it was checked down.
Hey, thank you. He said nice hand.
He said nice hand.
There's a lot of things that you see in limit. A lot of common mistakes I see in limit hold'em play are raises made on the blinds. We're obviously in no limit play. If you hold a hand where you want to drive people out, then fine, you can raise out of the blind. I mean, I know you're out of position, but you want to bring in something like jacks or queens with a raise so you can drive people out. But if you're in the big blind and there's already been 5 limpers, why would you raise out of the big blind with something like pocket jacks or pocket tens?
There's a couple hands you want to do that to get value, but I would say.
I don't even like to do it with Ace King, Shirley, because I think that the value is offset.
But what about suited?
Well, the value is offset by the fact that if there are a certain amount of people that I like, I can represent so many other hands. What I mean by that is if someone's brought a raise in, I might not re-raise with Ace King out of the big blind, or if it's been limped around a few times, I might not re-raise, because if it's a ragged flop, I can check raise them on the turn, and we might have the same hand with Ace King, but but they might have to muck because I'm representing some smaller hand, and that's why I don't like to raise necessarily out of the big or the small blind with ace king. That's just my opinion.
That's your preference. I don't know. I know there's a couple times when I do raise out of the big blind. Most of the time, I agree with you that you shouldn't, but I do think that there are hands that you'll get, that you want value in there.
See all calling hands, player. Show your hands, sir.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate when players ask to see all hands. I just think that's so wrong.
Well, of course, the rule is there to prevent collusion, but people have taken it to an extent now where they're just going to use it as information.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's so much information at the table. You don't need to see their cards to gain that extra taste.
Well, part of the other reason why I don't like to raise out of the big blinds with big cards like an ace queen or an ace king or something like that is because, you're only going to hit one of your pairs, I think, about 1/3 of the time on the flop. So when you don't hit your pair, what do you do now? Do you lead usually anyways, or you're just going to feel out the table? Because, again, you're out of position for the rest of the hand.
On how the hand goes.
No, you don't.
I mean, it depends on the texture of the flop. I just, I understand people's views about raising for value, but the reason why I normally don't raise with those hands is because I can disguise that hand as something that it's not.
Okay.
So what do you think only aces and kings out of the big blind is what you should raise with?
Not, it depends on the amount of players. I sometimes don't even, if there's already been more than 4 or 5 people that have limped in, I won't raise with anything out of the big blind, like aces or something like that. And then people will say, well, that's dumb because you have the best hand and you're favored versus everyone else, to win, and why don't you make a value bet? But you're not going to drive anybody out. And the other thing about putting in a raise pre-flop is it gives people odds to chase down all kinds of draws.
We have to see 7 with the, well, I guess he doesn't have the worst hand, but he just hit 2 pair.
2 pairs. Call with bottom pair. And the C3 out of the hand? Kings? I don't know if he's got cards.
C3's out of the hand.
Huh. Oh, the ace income. Give the guy a little bit of credit there.
But 5 10s then.
Right.
You said you're familiar with that player. I mean, that's his kind of style to call second pair like that?
Well, his style is to call down with second pair.
Okay.
Normally, he's not. I've seen him make a lot of questionable plays, even at the 20-40 level, calling with single pairs and doing things that I normally wouldn't do. And he tries to be the aggressor because I think that the kings checked to him and he bet when there was an ace out there and he bet his bottom pair. I believe that's how the order of play went. Well, maybe not if he was in first position, but we can question that play. And those players didn't have any business being in those plays at all.
Yes.
I got something to tell.
Go ahead.
Can you read lips? Can you read lips?
Do you understand what I'm saying about? Aces. If 7 people have limped in and limit, you're going to raise with them out of the big blind. You're not going to drive anybody out. So
you're not going to drive anybody out. But you have the best hand.
Well, I understand you have the best hand, but you're going to. If you keep the pot small at first, you might be able to bet the people out on the flop, whereas if you raise it, they have odds to chase so many more things down. So, I think it's two different...
Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. I still think that in certain situations that a raise out of the big blind is right. But I'm sure it could be debated.
That's my deal.
For almost $200.
Another thing that at these low limits you see a lot of players make the mistake of is that if the pot hasn't been raised on the flop, let's say that it's been limped around, there's 4 or 5-way action, and the flop comes rags, and you have a couple of overcards and someone bets, you really don't have odds to call.
You only have 1 bet invested in it.
Right, and you shouldn't call. So what I mean, when you raise before the flop, usually you can take 1 off, and you can chase things like gut shot straight draws for 1 half bet. Because the pot is that big, it's laying you those types of odds. But a lot of times you see people just chase overcards all the way down, for no reason, Normally that's a style of play that's going to make you lose money in the long run, in limit play, of course.
5 players.
Again, we see a lot of questionable hands. 3-8 suited, Shirley, from seat 6.
And Jack Deuce there. That's a small blind, but that's still.
Yeah, it still
bad.
probably isn't
That's-
even worth half the bet there. No.
Although, if I'm not mistaken, he does have the best hand at the moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does.
And seat 1 is calling with second. Excuse
4
me.
players.
Seat 9's calling with
The
second
gut shot
pair. And seat 1, yeah, gut shot and second pair. Seat 1's been calling with ace 6, which is 1 pair in an overcard, which she really doesn't have odds to do. And some of these moves are just really amazing. Yeah, he's called all the way down, Shirley, with a 3. All the way down to the roof. And seat 9 is going to pick up the hand. He was in there the whole time with his gut shot. Picked up a pair on the turn and then picked up trips on the river. Wow.
Gotta love it. Yeah.
Now, I think that you've played this level probably more
Big blind, you know.
than I have, because when you started out here first, you kind of
I-
did do green
right.
shit proper.
Yeah,
Is this the
12
type
and
of
16.
loose play that you see, or is this table extremely loose?
Well, it's more loose than normal.
Uh-huh.
The 816, there's usually a couple bad players on there, a couple loose players on there.
Queen doesn't hold up.
But it seems at this table we have more people seeing the flop. You know, we're seeing like 5, 6 people.
Right, 5, 6 way
And
action.
a lot of times in the normal game that I'm playing in, or the standard game, typical game, is like 3 people seeing.
Now, seat
Seeing
7
the
has brought this in with the pocket queens. Again, we see ace 9 from seat 5 and king 7
Seat
from
1
seat
picture
1.
she was protecting her blind, which I don't like that
Yeah,
either.
You know.
Not against 2 opponents. Against 1 opponent, I would call one bet.
How did you know that?
She's going to lead.
How did you know?
She's got the
With
king
the
of
king of
hearts,
hearts.
so she's got 1 pair with the king of hearts.
And seat 7 with queens looks like it's going to fold. Yes.
Well, the board reads 7, 8, 9, 10, so
My third queen.
ooh. He says that's his third queen, but of course the
It's
heart
not
gives him the
good,
flush.
yes.
Yeah.
The reason I traded
That's what I muck for pocket queen. What
You know, and that lead on the turn is a semi-bluff, but it's also a very, very scary board for pocket queens. And in that type of situation, I might mock there too, Shirley, because you know you've got a straight pretty much on the board with
I
anybody
know
with a jack or
there's
six.
4 cards with a straight
You know,
right there, and there's
so-
three flush cards there.
I mean, people have to learn, you know, certain times to release their overpairs with certain flops and certain textured flops, and that probably was one of them on the turn. I don't necessarily blame that guy for mocking pocket queens.
No, I don't either.
And,
Although when he did it, he did have the best hand.
Right.
Set of queens and I can't win a hand.
Well, you didn't have, didn't quite have the set of queens when you folded there.
4 players.
You know, I've seen time and time again, Shirley. Someone's got a pair of kings or a pair of aces. Look at this. Three suited board here. King of spades in seat 2. Of course, she's been. I don't think we haven't seen her.
Seen her play a hand,
here
and
playing one. And that's a good lead bet. I like that
it
bet.
is, especially because she hasn't been playing a hand.
She's got second pair too, and a nut flush draw.
Oh, there's a hand.
And look at this, 7-10 is calling her with second pair. Shirley,
Well, he might get you all suit 7 there.
it's amazing because he has no spade. So, and she's going to check it down, which I don't blame her for doing, and he's going to check, and he was just drawing almost completely dead. He was drawing
Yeah,
to
2 outs
to
because
2
the
outs.
7 of spades would
Right.
have given her the flush.
When we talk about people who fall in love with their overpairs, you know, say you have pocket aces or pocket kings, a pair of red aces or a pair of red kings, and 4 people are in the pot, and the flop comes, and I get a pair of red aces, flop comes 5, 6, 7 of spades. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm going to muck right there. I might take one off, but you've got to really shut down at that point and try to get off on the flop really cheaply. And if it's, I wouldn't be ramming and jamming necessarily in that spot. I'd probably wait for a safe card. You really have to look at the texture of the flop. That's a very, very bad flop for an overpair.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it's best to just to really release those hands. You know, if they were 5-way action, you're looking down at pocket aces, red aces in the button, that flop comes, and it's been 3-betted to you,
3 players.
Oh, yeah.
you probably would want to get rid of that hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a set on seat 8. And it looks like a raise from seat 3, which has top pair gut shot.
Seat 3 is going to...
Yeah, and seat 8's just calling.
Wow, I don't understand why is seat 8 just calling.
And now it's just probably just going to call again.
I think it
Because
might
of the
just get checked
spades.
down because of the spades. No, seat 8 is going to lead now, which is
No flash.
really interesting. I don't know why he wouldn't pop it up on the turn there.
Nice.
One of the other things, too, that you sometimes see people doing in limit play is slow playing a hand that they really shouldn't, and I'll try to drive it, the point down in no limit that you really shouldn't slow play, especially in a 200 game. But one of the worst things you can do, and that hand wasn't an exact sample of that, but if you flop a set and there are draws out there and there's people behind you to act, you've got to raise the flop.
Yeah.
Cold calling on the flop to try to, be able to pump it up again on the turn is just really a stupid play, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, because the 3 cards out there, someone
it's
could have had a straight.
Why would you let somebody come in for one bet with a gut shot draw or and make a backdoor flush that they pick, pick up the draw on the turn to a two suited board? Don't slow play your sets in limit play. That's basically unless you think that you have the absolute goods.
Well, or if the board's not coordinated at all.
Right. If the board isn't scary, maybe you can get fancy a little bit. But again, especially at this level, I think that straightforward play is going to end up winning you a lot of money, especially when you see people call you down the second pair. Why not fast play your
we've
stuff?
seen that.
Why not fast play your stuff? Because you're going to get paid off. There really isn't much of a need to slow play. Again, we're seeing ace rag, ace 4 offsuit. I wouldn't play that hand in that position.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't play that hand.
Never
almost,
played that hand in that position.
Well, almost never. I mean, it's ace 4 offsuit. I'd play it in the big blind for no raise.
Right.
I wouldn't complete a small blind bet. I would raise in the small blind if it got folded around to me. Raise on the button with that hand, but other than that, there's not many instances I'd play that hand at all.
And part of the reason why you don't play ace rag, and part of the reason why you don't play ace rag suited, even in my opinion from up front, is that, first of all, you should never play ace rag unsuited because the hand isn't valuable. But a lot of people will limp in with ace rag suited, and the problem with that is that you're playing from early. If you're playing from early position, you're vulnerable to races behind you, and really your ace. You're really looking for a flush. If you flop an ace, you're in real trouble if you don't know how to get away from the hand. You can lose a lot of money with that hand. Even if you flop trips like that guy, he still could have been in trouble. I mean, normally trips is going to be better than a pair, but that's why it's dangerous to play those hands.
I want to see a position it was like that. And what you can see a reflection off of it somehow?
That way, I guess I can see your fingers. Okay. I can see your fingers. It wasn't that far. I can see your hand.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, 2 to call. 2 chips. 4 players.
Looks like we're going to see another multi-way pot.
What? You're gossiping on me?
And
It's about me?
ace 6 and ace deuce have flopped top pair here. And the ace 6 is going to lead.
Talking to me?
Or excuse me, it looked like the ace 5, the ace deuce led. And
Read it.
the ace 6 is still ahead here. I can't tell if seat 5 is still in the hand here or what.
Nobody wants it?
Okay.
Seat 6 is still in with a gut shot in second pair.
Yeah, we shot.
And this, of course, is going to be a chop pot, Shirley, because you play the best 5 cards in any combination in your hand. And we see top pair with a deuce kicker and top pair with a 6 kicker.
And neither one of those plays.
Right. Ace, king, 10. Aces with a king, 10, 8. What the funny thing, though, is as we say, we should never play ace rag, and you never really should play ace rag suited from up front, is if you guys tune in tomorrow night for a 400-800 game that's hosted by Yosh, you'll see those guys bring in ace rag offsuit for raises and sometimes 3 and 4 bets. But again, that's just a whole totally different level of play. Those are guys that have played for 20, 30 years and
have
really are
been
playing off
with
of each other.
Right.
They're playing with I can guarantee you that Ted Forrest and, some of the other guys that we saw on that table last week, if they were playing at a 400, 800 table with no one that they knew, they wouldn't be bringing 9 deuce in for a race.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there aren't a lot of, a lot of big games going on.
Right.
So they do play with each other
They're
a lot.
very familiar with each
Very
other's
familiar.
games. And that's what I said. When you come into a brick and mortar card room and you're playing 816, you're not going to know most of the people on the table and how they play. You might know some if you play here on a very regular basis, right?
Deuce 7 had to give up their hand.
Well, that's the type of situation there, Shirley, where
You want a 10 deuce or 10
the rabbit came with the queen.
Rabbit came with
So it
the
wasn't
queen.
going to, it wasn't going to help.
I think that seed 8 there had flop top pair, had flopped ace 10, and did a flat call on the flop
On the
as
flop.
opposed to raising and then waiting for the turn to raise. In that type of board, it was a rainbow board. It really wasn't much out there. It wasn't that bad of a play. He extracted an extra full bet there.
Big blind, Bush. Thank you.
Did he come over to see you? Server?
They hate us here, I swear.
5 players.
No, it wasn't him.
Looks like it.
They all look alike.
Got pocket 10s here in seat 1. Looks like she's got the best hand now and picked up a king.
2 players.
I had ace 10.
And again, Shirley, we're seeing 7-6
Second pair.
call. I mean, sometimes you can make a move.
Well, he could make a move right here. We'll see if he... No, he doesn't.
I mean, sometimes you can make a move as a semi-bluff to bet in to a board when you have second pair, but usually when you have an overcard kicker, so that your 2 pairs would end up being good. Like if you had ace 6, well, maybe if it was checked to you, you would bet into that board.
Or you might want to call with second pair on a coordinated board. That way, if the board changes like a flush, and even if you don't have the flush, you could bet out as bluff.
And you also would probably call with second pair with an overcard kicker if pre-flop had been raised and there were 2 bets from players. Usually you'll have odds to
Then
take
you have
one off for 5 outs. But to take one off at second pair with the 7-6 is just usually not the right play. You want to get away from that hand as quick as possible. Of course, we wouldn't be playing that hand pre-flop. Anyway, 7-6 offsuit.
Right.
Pocket
Okay,
aces.
aces. That's in seat number 3. And we haven't really seen him play many hands. I think we saw him with the pair of aces gut shot, but he was in the big blind on that
Can we
hand.
stop looking at the other players'
Well,
cards?
seat 5 has a pair of sixes.
They're friends, they
And
give
it looks like
information,
called-
you know what I had or something like that.
Called the raise with those sixes.
And looked like
I wouldn't do that.
and seat 1 has got queen 6 suited.
She's
She's limped in and then she
then
called
she
one.
called the raise?
And then 7-9 the big blind called, which I would never do either. Oof, let's see how the aces play this one. It's not bad.
You know that people on 2+2 are going to come into your games, Bart, and just keep betting and raising you because you say you don't call or play any of these hands.
Well, they're welcome to come down and play me in 2040. I can already see that I'm getting some flack about my big blind aces call. I'm not saying that I never raise out of the big blind with aces. It depends on how many people are in the pot. I'm saying usually in the mid limits that I play, if there's more than 4 people in the pot.
What do you know? The best hand won.
Look at that.
No gut shots on this side.
If there are more people more than, say, 4 people in the pot, I sometimes think that the best move is to not raise, because I think that you're putting more money in the pot for people to chase you down with weaker draws, whereas if you kept the pot small first, I think it's better to drive those people out, because aces doesn't work multi-way like an ace-king suited. Suited does.
The more people that are in the pot, the less likely. I mean, the more likely it is that someone's going to beat you. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to get the value that you can out of it. I suppose you're just seeing that you can get more value out of it by just checking it from the big blind.
Depending on the amount of people that are in there.
Okay.
Obviously. C5's fluffed a nut flush draw here with ace 7 of hearts. C4's got a great hand, king, queen.
Go ahead, sir.
And then a couple people with third pair. We'll see how far they go on this hand.
Like C8 with deuce 5 of
C8
clubs
and
has
9
no
both
business being in this pot if he calls here one time. Look at this. He raised. No. Excuse me. That's queen 9.
He was in the big blind.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I think he checked and folded.
Yeah.
It's up to you, player.
So queen 9. He raised. With top pair.
Okay.
Now
We have
C5's
a
going to
flush.
nut flush. And I would think that we're probably going to see a check raise here, Shirley. You see 5. That would usually be the best play in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you get a caller here. Now you get
Well,
a check
because
raise.
the raiser earlier was behind him, so now he can get a...
Look at this.
Oh,
He just
God.
calls.
That's bad.
Very, very... I don't understand that at all. Now he's going to raise? Now he's got... The guy with king queen's got top 2 pairs. So now I assume ace 7's going to raise, but he could have made an extra couple bets.
That's bad, and now he bets. He could have had at least one more bet.
Yeah. So he...
It's 8 more, player.
Wow. If you
Oh,
ever,
wait, okay.
Show your hand, huh?
We got that a little wrong. King queen bet out and C5 raised.
Right,
and then
he
he
raised. But I mean, I think that a check raise really was the right play there on the turn because not only would you
Absolutely.
have
He would've
gotten
got both of those-
you would have gotten
those plays.
both callers, and then we haven't really seen how C7 with the queen 9 is played. The best move for him would have been to fold the river, but the king queen definitely not going to fold the river with the top 2 pair. And again, he might even lead out. Most likely, he's not going to lead out against the flush. But
Well, he's not going to lead out with the check raise. If he had check raised, then
right.
he would have got a bet.
Absolutely, he definitely needed to check raise there with 2 people. 2 people who had called there. I mean, in limit hold'em, you usually should be check raising a lot of your hands on the on 4th Street. That's where you make a lot of the money.
6 players.
When the bet goes up, you make a check raise.
Go ahead. It's up to you. Check the bet.
How many hours do you need here? Oh, I don't know. This is my first time. I'm sitting here from 4 o'clock. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
3 players.
So ace rag, C5 still has the best hand here.
Oh, no. That's a different level. This is a different
For the new players that are out there watching, ace rag's going to look like a profitable hand.
Yeah.
It's been actually winning.
Sure.
And it's been flopping a lot of the time.
I don't know if that's
The other thing too that you can see sometimes at these lower limit plays is that if you've had top pair and you've been betting all the way, and then all of a sudden, a third suited card comes on the river, and a guy's been calling you down with second pair. He's actually not on the flush draw. He checks you, and then you check because you're afraid of the flush. Usually players at this level are not going to have the ability to check raise somebody on the river. Now, for the most part, if someone doesn't bet into you when that third suited card comes, it usually means that they don't have a flush and you don't necessarily have to check down. They were drawing for a small flush. But you see it all the time happen where the third suited card comes and everyone just shuts down.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
well, a lot of times I will just check my hand down on the end when that third suited card gets there, because if they are, only do have second pair or something like that, and you bet, you're not going to get
a call.
You're not going to get a call.
Sometimes you might only get a call if you're
And
beat.
if they do have a flush and they check to you and they bet and they get a check raise in, that satisfaction that they get from that check raise
on the river,
isn't? Yeah.
Just my experience at this level, 6-12 and 8-16. Usually, I'm not too concerned about that play from certain people. Now look at this, 5-6 is picked up.
7, 8. Picked up. He made it. Yeah.
I think he's going to get paid off all the way by his king, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Flush.
You're unreal, bro.
Unbelievable.
He says you're unreal. Now, I'm assuming, because I kind of am familiar with Jimmy's play, that I think he's indicating that he might have 3-bet that hand. He definitely raised, because I remember we were talking and I missed the action, but I think the guy with 5-6 suited at least cold called the raise. Remember, we said that really...
Well, I mean, Seat 6 hasn't really been playing total premium hands either.
Right.
I mean, we've seen a couple questionable calls.
But we even said that you wouldn't play small, suited connectors and limit, and you're definitely not going to cold call or raise with a small suited connector either.
Well, he did.
5-6
Some people do.
Some people do.
Raise.
Okay, the raise was in seat 8, and he has king queen.
3 players.
I think seat 1's still steaming about those aces. She's looking a little upset.
Yeah, she's been looking a little upset for a while now.
Yeah.
It's funny, too, playing, obviously Texas Hold'em is a very...
Look at her with her arms crossed.
Yeah. Texas Hold'em is a very positional game, obviously, in limit and in no limit. And, you see a lot of people limp and with small pocket pairs and even medium pocket pairs from up front, which don't have a lot of value either, because they can't stand a lot of action, like a pocket 5s or pocket 6s, even if there's only one raiser. And, if you don't flop your set, you usually don't have the type of odds to keep going with your pair, and you don't know where you stand.
And the thing about limit, why I don't play the small pocket pairs is not only because hitting the set, but you really stand no chance of bluffing somebody out because of the limit.
Right.
So whereas in no limits, even if I miss a set, there are opportunities for me to bluff somebody out.
Now, looks like check call, and Queen 10 had the best hand, but Ace King's picked up top pair here. And 9-10 is calling with the gut shot, and Shirley, this is what we're talking about in limit. He does not have the types of odds for a 4-outer here. Pot is not laying in 10-1 on his turn. And as we say it, he hits it on the turn.
We've done that all night.
On the river.
We talked about those 4s, and a 4 comes on the river.
But, and Shirley, and it's checked down, and
there I wouldn't have checked. Well, no, maybe I wouldn't have. Yeah, because the 2 were on the flop.
Now, seat 2 ended up... Well, wait a minute. Maybe we had the cards up the wrong way there?
No. She had the Ace King. She had the top pair.
Okay.
He had Queen 10.
Oh, excuse me. 9-10 had folded. No, we had it up, and 9-10 was still in the hand.
No, the 9-10 folded.
Okay. That's what was confusing me. I said that 9-10 didn't have odds, and I thought that he did call for his gut shot, and I thought it was so funny that the jack had hit, but he had folded his hand. I'm sure seat 2 would have been irritated to see a bad call on the turn and then have a gut shot hit on the river.
We haven't seen her really involved in any pots, so I'm not sure how she was going to react. I'm sure she wasn't going to react the same as the player in seat number 1.
Now, seat 1's got pocket jacks here. So she has an overpair.
Are you allowed to be in this section, sir?
Of course I am.
Okay.
Now, why would seat 5 call here, Shirley? Of course, he picks up a diamond draw. And if seat 8 is in the hand, I don't know. Seat 8 isn't in the hand. But seat 5, why would you call the flop on that type of...
To
and look at this. He picks up runner, diamonds. Unbelievable. Oh, man.
This is sick.
And I think I'm assuming that he bet out there on the river. He couldn't really quite pick it out, but
she's giving she's giving the dealer dirty look. She can't imagine. She can't believe her bad luck.
When we talk about when in an unraised pot how you don't call for a couple of overcards, we definitely don't call for one overcard. He's drawn to 3 outs on the turn.
I mean, there could have been a couple reasons why he was calling. That he thought that his ace high was good, or he was planning on bluffing at the pot representing a 10. But you're probably...
Neither of those plays that he made,
I believe that he was calling for the ace.
Right.
I think you're right that he was calling for the ace.
mean, again, you're right. Sometimes, like, at a higher limit, you know, if seat 1 happened to have ace-king or ace-queen, not an overpair, and you check-raised her on the turn, you might be able to get her to lay it down, but she had the
not
overpair,
even
so she wasn't even
necessarily
going that way.
in a higher limit, but you know, I mean, I've made that move in these kind of games, but this is a lot looser game than what
You're
the
usually
8-16, well, the 8-16 or 6-12 normally play like. So it won't work here. You know, representing or check. You know, representing the 3-10s. You're probably going to get called.
Right. But you know the funny thing about that, though, Shirley, is that when the guy did pick up his diamond draw on the turn, that probably would have been a really good play to do, right?
Yeah.
If she didn't think that he had, you know, she had an overpair, check raise semi-bluff, right? Of course. You know, get the nut diamond draw. Try to win it right there, and if you don't, you still have outs to hit your hand on the river.
2 players.
Trip 10s.
It
And
was
look at this,
straight
7,
flush.
8. Wow.
Straight flush and a full house there.
Wow, that's unbelievable hand.
That's too bad that it's not a jackpot
And
here.
we're probably going to see that. And there is no heads up cap in these games.
Right.
So these guys could go back and forth and back and forth.
Oh.
Look at this. 9-10's got to think he has the best hand. This could
That's
go
what I'm
forever,
saying.
Shirley. They could just push all in here. I mean, if you got 9-10, you got to think it's the
I
best.
got the straight flush.
You don't have pocket 10, man? You didn't see that? Oh, I thought you had something.
So they were thinking that it was
You know, I
jackpot.
was gonna say,
If he did
probably
have
the
the
only
pocket
reason
10.
why probably the only reason why they stopped was for the jackpot. That was a close one to the jackpot right there. You're right, pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s,
Yeah.
and they would have had the jackpot.
Heck, I knew what I had.
Of course, if you're looking down at 9-10 and you got a full house and you have raised already 3 times, and the guy keeps coming back and raising you again, now you got to
take
look
a
out there
step,
for
yeah,
you
take
got to
a
look out
step
and see if
back
there's
and
just
say,
something that
what's
could beat
going on here?
Of course, well, you couldn't be up against quads because you have one of the 10s, but there was a straight flush out there, so you don't have the nut hand, so you should shut down. But the funny thing about that hand, though, is I think the guy with the straight flush was the one that shut down.
Who?
I think he was the one that stopped the betting.
Players? Raise it.
I hope my sister saw that.
Now, this is going to be a raise from the button with 4-5 of diamonds.
Yay, straight blood.
Four 5 against 3-4. Neither player has anything here.
What's your kick?
And Seed 8's just going to totally bluff Jimmy out of the pot there with 3-4.
I flopped the full house.
What is this?
The end.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad I was there.
I don't want to check in my bet, you know, trying
Definitely out of
to.
10. I might have touched on the river.
Yeah.
Come on, Sopat. Come on, Sopat. Maybe you're the leader that will make a difference here. Help us.
Okay, you got a little advice there, Bart. Did you see that?
I have been seeing my friend. I guess I need to be introduced to Mr. EV.
Well, EV, this is,
On 2+2.
5 players.
I don't think, which one's that?
Oh, he was just talking. There was a gentleman talking about how
Thank you. Thank you for
you're,
agreeing.
just adding, raising is going to give you a higher expected value out of the big blinds.
Oh, okay, EV. Well, this one's about the aces. It's, barring freak circumstances where all your aces are used up and 6-7 suited has no duplicated cards, aces are always a huge favorite over all other cards, multi-way.
Well, my response to that is that if you have a multi-way pot, you're most likely looking at all the aces are being out. And that's some part of the other reason, too, is I think that if you have so many people in the pot, your chances of hitting a set are much more diminished than if you held a pocket pair that was lower and hitting a set like that.
Well, you don't necessarily need to hit a set. I mean,
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree with you in that factor, but what that guy was saying is, barring the fact that all the aces were gone, well, if you already have
there's
7
still a
or
little
8
bit
way
more
action,
here. It says not only the best heads-up hand, they're the best multi-way hand. Yes, you lose more often multi-way, but you also win more when you win. Difference of opinion.
Exactly.
That's why poker's so beautiful. No two players play the same.
course, you're also talking about the fact that you are out of position for the entire hand. And yes, you can be starting with a superior hand. But again, this game, has a lot to do with how the pot's going to be played by position. Obviously, I'm not saying that I'm not going to cap. If I have 7 or 8 people in front of me and I'm on the button with aces, of course I'm going to cap it. But just some of those things that if it's extremely multi-way, you might think that some of the aces are already out, plus you're out of position. And, I didn't say that I never raised pocket aces out of the big blind. Just something to think about, so you guys take it easy out there.
Yeah, well, I will. I promise. I will go home and think about it.
I don't get paid enough. That's why I abuse them.
And honestly, I really do believe that is why this game is so great, is because no two people play it exactly the same. I mean, even my coach or mentor, whatever, Steve Badger, teaches me how to play hands, but I'll still play hands, differently, and then come to him and say, I played this hand in this situation, and he says, well, you should have did this. And normally I talk to my two closest poker friends, which is Steve and Mark, and a lot of the times they do not have the same answer.
Now look at this. We've got 5-way action capped pre-flop. So we already have 4 bets from each person in pre-flop here.
And they all have decent hands. I question the deuces. Yeah, I question the deuces there.
Right. Of course, when you have a low pocket pair, like deuces, where you need to hit your set to win the hand, you lose your odds if you need to go to 4 bets pre-flop. You lose your odds of, you don't want it, you want to get in for that cheaply. You can put it in for 1 raise, but once it gets up above, 1 raise, you're losing your odds. And 2s are still in. Well,
the ace-10 was kind of curious why they called on the flop too.
Yeah. Jackson's got the best hand here. And 2s are still in the pot. I mean, Shirley, once you get to...
And then there's no bet on the river there. Well, it would be kind of hard to bet with the 2 8s out there and the king out. Right, 1 overcard out there.
Not only is it really not correct to play 2s for 4 bets pre-flop, but once you... I mean, the thing about pocket pairs, even in no limit, is if they're low pocket pairs, once you don't, hit your set, unless the pot is... extremely big, and they're very, very rare circumstance where you might have odds to take 1 off for a 2-outer. The pot would have to be laying about 24-1, obviously. In order for you to do that.
A little faster than I am on my math. It takes me a couple seconds. Let's see.
You have 2 outs, and there's about 40.
About 20.
23.
About 20.
23
20 to 1, right?
Yeah. A little more than that. There's about.
Well, you have 4% to hit your card, right?
Yeah, 2 out of 47. So about 23.5 to 1 to hit your set. And so unless the pot's laying you those types of odds, you really don't have any right to call on the turn. And then when the turn bet doubles, you definitely don't have any, right to call after the turn to try to hit yourself on the river.
Every hand, every turn, but it's that deep.
Check it. Check around. Nobody got back.
So, it's like pocket 9s.
I was just going to say I like a bet from seat 6 there. I'm surprised it didn't bet on the flop.
Well, King Queen, of course, got overcards and an open-ended straight draw.
And nobody's really showed any kind of strength whatsoever.
I was going to say it would be difficult for pocket 9s to call here, but since it was checked around on the flop, maybe he doesn't think that anyone's got a jack or a 10. I was going to say, let's see if seat 6 follows up with a bet if he had missed, but he made it anyways.
No, you did.
I haven't had one hand in a while. Yeah, pocket 9. Pocket 9.
Yeah, that's a really, really... I like that bet for seat 6 on the turn there. No one really had shown any strength on the flop. And a couple of overcards come. You weren't really raised by anyone, so you can't give anybody credit for a 10. And, an ace, a king, or a queen is going to be good. And hopefully you're hoping to take the pot down right there. That's obviously a form of semi-bluff right there on the turn, too. A couple of overcards.
I liked his bet on the turn there.
I mean, he wanted to win it right there, but he could definitely improve his hand on the river. course, those of you just joining us, we're live at the Bayek. We stream our cash games, a variety of games, every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 p.m. Pacific time to 10 p.m. Tonight we're doing an 8-16 limit game, which we have never done before. It's been a very, very loose game. I'm here with Shirley Rosario. Normally we stream no limit games, but we decided that everyone loved the 400, 800 games that we've been doing on Thursday, so let's try to get a little smaller feel for this and
see how they play. And
lesser
it's actually very
stakes.
similar.
Yes, very similar. Pocket queens for seat 7 here. A couple of 6s for seat 5.
I would have done.
See if that slows queens down a little bit here.
Let's see if seat 5 with his 6s gets out of them. Oh, okay.
Seat 7 check the turn, and both players check the river. Check.
Someone's saying, what a river. River didn't affect it at all.
Well, it's going to definitely shut the betting down.
Yes.
Third club and another Oro card for the queens.
Indeed, if the ladies stay in, you know that, right?
Yeah, what?
How to chase the ladies.
Playing that rush. That one-handed rush.
Chase the ladies down.
River.
An ace and a king. That one, both of them.
Couple of scary cards there for pocket queens. Again, though, at this level and these limit, even if the guy had bet in on the river representing a flush or an ace, I'm sure queens would have called.
Yes.
Crying
I believe
call.
so.
Crying call. It's not like a no limit where you can put the guy in for his whole stack. Now he's looking at pocket queens and he's thinking to himself, well,
It's one bet.
how can I call?
Yeah.
But this is one $16 bet, so of course limit is a lot different than a no limit.
Raise.
And of course this is one of our
We have
biggest.
seat 7 raising. Let's see what seat 7 have. Ace 10.
Ace looks like ace 10
10
suited.
of hearts.
Raise.
That's an okay hand.
Tap.
And seat
He had
10.
brought it in for a raise, so
I'm surprised he capped there. We had seat 2 with the pocket 10s, 3-bet, and then he capped with ace 10.
of course he's out of position. C2 is on the button, so usually you don't see somebody cap with an ace 10 suited.
Well, I mean, when someone 3-bets you, you've got to
Right.
think a little bit that that ace 10 might not be good. It's probably not good.
And a check and a call,
And
and a check and a call.
deuce 3, what is going on there?
Well, he's got a pair with a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah,
It's just,
she
wasn't playing crazy like that before. And now
No,
she
she's
picks up a
lost.
straight draw. So maybe she's going to continue to call here because the 5 is going to bring her a
got
straight.
seat 8 with the pair of 4s. What's going on?
And an overcard. And 2-3 is still calling here, Shirley.
5. Keep it the way it is.
So you pocket
I
10's
gotta
gonna
play
be,
more 8-16. I haven't played it in a while.
Look at this, a queen, which could be a scare card for the 10s. It's going to be checked down, but 10s is still going to take it all the way down.
Deuce 3 and ace 4. You gotta love that.
You know, a lot of times, one of the other things that you see, Shirley, is when someone will chase a gut shot straight draw on the turn, when there are 2 suited cards on the board, which even reduces your chances even more if it's multi-way, because you think that somebody might be on a flush draw. So one of your outs is gone right there. So you really shouldn't call, unless, like I said, an extreme situation where the pot's laying you some sort of crazy odds to call for 3 outs. But your hand is really diminished by the fact that somebody might be on a flush draw and you're drawing for a gut shot straight. So you have to take that into consideration. That's, a lot of times I see that some of the players that are just starting out making those types of calls when, seat 1 should have really been out of there on the flop. Shouldn't even really have. Well, she limped in with the low-suited connector because she was next to the button. But
You referring to the deuce 3?
Deuce 3, yeah.
God, she called 4 bets before
I know,
that
it's
flop.
just
I mean
she
I don't
had
care how you're trapped in that hand. You can get away from that.
And what had happened, too, was that, like you said, she had... Actually, I think she might have cold called a raise with deuce 3, and then it was 3-bet, and then she called for 4.
Try to remember the action. Yes, she did. She called 2 bets because seat 7 raised, and then seat 2 3-bet.
Behind her.
He's 4-bet, so then she called 2 more bets.
It's just, And look at it. And
That's
pocket jacks here for seat 5. And no one's got ace rag this time. pocket jacks is going to lead out and take the pot down.
You can? Yeah, I'm like 80 times.
I don't know. You're going to probably talk about this. Uncle Jack's.
And of course, the reason why you don't like to play low-suited connectors is because you don't have the type of implied odds that you do in no limit.
In no limit,
if you
where
were
you
to
can win
flop a
somebody's
flush,
full stack.
not only could you not protect your hand, or if you flop 2 pair of trips, not only can you not protect your hand, but you're only limited to the amount that each straight is capped at for bets. So you really don't have those types of odds, and that's why you can call with a medium to small pocket pair from behind here and limit for 1 raise if you think that there's going to be multi-way action. But once it gets over 2 bets, you've totally lost your odds. So that if you hit your set, you're not going to be making the type of 10, 12 times your money, the type of money that you had to put in there.
What kind of pairs are you talking about? Because I don't play a lot of even middle pocket pairs in limit. Well, eights, I'll go with about probably 8s or higher, but I mean,
right.
Like 6s, I wouldn't be calling, even for 1 bet.
A general rule of thumb, though, is that if you have 2 or more people in for a single raise, and you have good position, you can put in a call for 1 raise with a pocket pair. And if you flop a set, obviously if you don't flop a set, you release your hand. But if you flop a set, then you've made odds the fact that you flopped a set, and you can continue with the hand, and you'll make that amount of money on your 2 bets. But if you have to go up to 4 bets pre-flop, then you've totally lost your odds because you're putting much more in pre-flop than you're going to end up making throughout the hand. I mean, the thing with low pocket pairs is trying to get in
That's just one
cheap.
thing we don't want to see on TV. That's nasty.
Can we make it fair?
Can we pan left, please?
Hi? Wow, I have a pair.
I'm telling you, man, 2 hands I don't play.
Of course, I'm seeing something about your website up here
Oh,
on
yes.
the screen. If anyone's never visited your website,
You can actually get it from the Live on the Bike page. It's over on the right.
www.poker-babes.com, right?
Yeah, pokerbabes.com.
Of course, you have biographies of a lot of great poker players up there.
Most of them I've known, for years. I used to be a cocktail waitress way back when and knew a lot of these players before they were who they were, like Scotty Wynn, before he was ever a world champion.
When were you a cocktail waitress here? Like what year?
It wasn't here.
Oh, it wasn't here?
It
Oh, I thought
wasn't
you
here.
worked
It was,
here.
no, it was at another casino.
Oh, okay.
And I started doing it, well, I don't really want to age myself, but I did it for about 10 years.
Okay.
So, and it was before Scotty Wynn won his championship.
Oh, okay.
You got to do the math on that.
I can do the aging in my head. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. And you enjoyed watching the play so much, you decided to give it a
Yeah,
give it a go.
well, that's how it all kind of started. I mean, I like to do it for fun, and then started actually enjoying sitting there or standing behind, players more than I enjoyed walking around taking a drink.
Crabs in the river, man.
So, you couldn't get 10, pocket 10?
I wish.
I mean, I depended on you.
What was the high card on there?
The high card was a 10.
It's on the way. It's on the way. So if it was 3
That's
10s.
10-9. No, that's jackpot. It was good 10. 4 10s.
You guys got it right here.
King Queen suited versus an Ace 10 suited. Both have got spades. King Queen suited is a hand that you can bring in for a raise and then hold them. Like I said, it's one of those high ranked suited cards. That's actually one of my favorite hands in limit because
What's that?
King Queen suited. I like that.
Oh,
It's my
yeah, I like
favorite-
that hand.
Favorite limit hand. You can get away from it pretty easily. And unless you're up against Ace King or Ace Queen, you're not in a lot of trouble if you flop top pair. And normally you can tell that type of action because a lot of people will like to re-raise with Ace King or Ace Queen to try to thin the field out. So.
I must continue.
Welcome.
Hey, 4 players.
I must continue.
4 players, and it looks like Jack 6 has got the best hand here.
Check.
King Queen is now picked up top pair.
Seat 9 has a gut shot there.
Lead out.
Seat 7 has a gut shot. Seat 6 is still in the hand with second pair.
Seat 7 has a gut shot, but of course he does have 2 overcards too. So this isn't necessarily a bad call. Again, it's going to depend on how big the pot is.
Look at Jack 6.
Jack 6 has got no business being in the hand.
I'll check Sophie's.
And then they all check.
Ace king.
That's kind of curious.
Well, of course,
Oh, yeah,
the
the
third
flush.
club.
I
The
missed
third
that.
club on the river.
Open an ace will come up. Open an ace will come up. King on the turn.
And you have a section about yourself and your story up on your website too there, right? Shirley? Of
Well,
course,
well,
you've
the front
placed-
page kind of talks about who I am, what I do here at the bike, and
You can.
what a prop player is the bike. Or
Yeah.
what a prop player is anywhere. A lot of people
that's
ask me
actually the most
that.
common question that I do get from people who send me emails.
Yeah, I get that a lot. You know, I tell people that I'm a prop player, and they don't exactly know what that means and what the purpose of it is.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I point them to your website, and I don't have to explain it to them.
Oh, well, thanks.
You hear me? You can see the big pot I want. Big pot. Straight flush, you had 9 cents. A pocket 10. Straight flush, you don't all pot. How you feeling? Better? Enough to stay and play well?
One of the other reasons why that I like limit cash games a bit more than no limit cash games is that, and this is probably the opposite for you because you probably like the no limit a little bit more than the limit, right?
Well, I like both, but I definitely like no limit better in tournaments. I do not like limit tournaments. They just
Well, you definitely need
to me are boring and torturous.
You definitely need to pick up cards in limit tournaments, whereas you can make
in
moves in
no limit.
limit.
I mean, in no limit, I seem to do okay in the tournaments, and I really never get hands. I mean, it's a very, very rare occasion that I actually get hands. I mean, I just, you can create situations in no limit that you can't in limit.
But in terms of cash games, I just find the action, greater in limit games, and sometimes I tend to get bored in no limit cash games. Maybe because I play pretty tight, and it just goes a little bit slow. I understand, and actually, one of the other things too is that sometimes I find that my concentration wanes throughout the shift, and I don't pay attention as much as I should. And in limit play, it's not as important as it is in no limit.
You can play more like on automatic.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
you play on
I like it.
autopilot. Yeah.
And because we do that for a living, sometimes it's inevitable that you do
That you can't pay attention all the time.
all the time, right?
Or 2 o'clock in the morning. Find out for me.
Ace Queen's got the best hand here.
Yeah, but 8-10 now picked up a flush draw, so actually
8-10 had
the open-end straight, but
now
picked
he's
up the
got
flush draw on the turn, so we'll call here.
Now picked up a pair, and that really shouldn't make him call final bet.
She checked.
She checked.
Yeah. I don't see why she would check there. The 8 doesn't look like 10 queen if he was calling with the open-end straight draw with 10 queen.
You know, a lot of times too, it's what you talk about, that you need to make a bet from behind on the river. When you make a bet, you want to be, pretty sure that if you're called, you're going to win the hand. So there's no value in betting if you think that the guy is going to fold. And if you think there's a chance, above a certain point that if he calls he's going to win, then don't bet either. So maybe she was afraid of 2 pair.
Well, I mean, I somehow missed that open-end straight draw, but I probably would have, barring forgetting that the open-end straight draw actually would have got there if he did hold 10 queen. He could have been calling with a weaker ace.
Exactly the point I was going to say.
You do want to get the value out.
If I have an ace, a strong ace, like an ace queen or an ace king, and I think somebody's calling me down with a weak ace, I definitely bet out on the river. Because if he's been calling the whole way, you can't necessarily think that he's going to be on a draw. If he has weak ace, he's going to pay you off
He's
in the end.
Right, you're going to
and
get
maybe
that
he was
bet.
calling the second pair, and he was just going to pay off, second pair at the end, too. Now, look at the seat 7's got big slick, and he's going to take the pot down without a call.
So we were talking about the no limit tournaments, and we're going to have a women's no limit tournament. It's part of the Lips Tour here during the winning of the green, I believe. It's Sunday, March 20th at 12:15. So it's a ladies' event. The $150 buy-in. I just went and played in the Lips Tour this weekend. It was a $200 buy-in. I finished 6th.
What are you doing here so late?
Out of how many people had entered?
It was a little over 100. I mean, I made some money, but of course, to me, being the competitive person that I am, it's not good enough unless it's first. So I was disappointed. I was actually pleased with the way I played. I think that I did play really well, and it was just the circumstances that I got 6th, and nothing you can do about that. But of course, I wish it was better.
Now, since you've been playing poker, obviously before the latest boom of the last 2 or 3 years, the increase in popularity of poker amongst women is skyrocketing
Is grown,
exponentially as well. Right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you can have a ladies' tournament and get a tournament of 200 or 300
I know,
people is great.
Well, the one we had here at the bike where it was part of, well, it was a ladies' event, but the winner of it got to be on the World Poker Tour Ladies Invitational. She actually won her seat into the last one. There was over, I think, 400 women? Over 400 women, or close to 400 women, which is totally amazing. I finished well in that one, too. I finished 16th in that one.
I know him too.
No, he doesn't say very much. He doesn't say very much at all. Neither one of them.
Now, seat 4 had limped in with 4-6 off suit there and had...
That's seat 5, right?
Seat 5, excuse me, and had flopped the best hand. 4-6 against ace queen.
Well, once in a while they are rewarded.
Now, normally, even in no limit play, you're not limping in the first few positions with a...
Well, I'm not playing
unsuited,
in with, playing
unsuited
for
connector
6.
either, right? You're not playing 4-6 offsuit in any position normally,
No,
right?
no.
But again, usually players at this level aren't as experienced, in the limit. You don't normally going to see people play the hands that these people have been playing at the limit that I normally play at.
Right. Yeah. And I did mention that this game is a little looser than what what I normally see in the 816. So, all of the players that play at this level, don't play 4-6, and actually, there are quite a few of them that play a decent game.
Now he's got Queen 4 offsuit.
He's our action player at this table.
Usually when you think of action, though, you think of people raising the pot, not necessarily just limping
calling in to try to hit something.
Right. And it's just going to be checked around. And normally an action player will push the play as well,
which is a lot better because, you can actually win a couple pots by default, but just limping in and trying to hit something with hands that don't work together or hands that,
this is the kind of style that new players want to stay away from, which is what we kind of consider as loose passive, where you're limping in with a lot of hands and not raising with a lot of hands, and then not necessarily making a play with a lot of hands so that other people at the table know exactly where you're at, because you don't really tend to make moves when you don't have hands, and you're limping in with inferior hands, so you're getting the worst of both worlds, and you're never going to really win win long term with that type of style. Usually, especially in limit, we talk about having a style of tight, aggressive, where you don't play many hands, but the hands that you do, you play fairly aggressive. But again, in limit, you should not be playing many hands, especially from the first few positions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks like we're going to have a chop there, which means that nobody played the pot, so the small blind and big blind took their bets back, and the small blind will just pay $1.
It's more like a watermelon.
And as opposed to no limit, where weak type play can be exposed, to a higher degree than limit. I mean, if you have a weak type player in limit, I mean that's also a bad style. But because it's only costing,
they can still be pretty successful,
right? Because it's only costing a few bets, they're not going to be bet out of the pot like a weak type player in no limit. So usually the worst style for limit is loose passive,
right? Yeah.
Whereas in no limit, I think that probably more of a weak tight is the one that you want to avoid the most. Of course, you don't want to be loose passive in no limit either. But
hey, she's coming in for a raise there. She has pocket 9s.
Now C2's got ace king. Now I love that 3-bet. Isolate that person.
Try to get heads up, right?
We've got the button too, right?
Seat 7 for some reason is going to call 2 more bets with king 6. Oh wait, no, he didn't call. He capped it.
He capped it with king 6.
He capped it with king 6.
And seat 8's in there with 7-6 offsuit. And we got 2 people with ace king, and we have a 3rd king, which means the chances that an ace or king is going to flop here are very slim. A lot slimmer than your classic
the pocket
coin
9s
flip.
can't be loving that
Right.
that 10 on the board with that many players in hand.
No. But I would think that pocket 9 is going to check on
seat
call
5
here.
called, as ace kings. And seat 8, 6, 7. Can't quite figure that one out. 6, 7.
Again, it's wonder if do we have the right hand up, and I think we do.
We do.
6-7
we
offsuit.
do.
Amazing. You just wonder.
He might catch runner.
I don't know
runner
if
6.
Anything can. Well, the turn comes 3, so the best thing that he
But
can
no,
make
I
is
mean
pair
on the
sevens.
flop. He would have to hit
amazing.
a runner 6, runner 7, or 4, 5.
It looked
He's
like
gotta hit two
pocket
perfect
nines
cards.
bet right into ace king. Ace king folded the original razor, and then seat 5 called, and it's going to get checked down because that queen is a scare card. So
That's a nice pot right there.
Again, I am a little bit familiar with seat 2.
I've never seen her before. Does she play a lot
She
here?
actually is going to start to work here as well as a green chip prop. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure she
okay.
doesn't work here yet. But I'm fairly familiar with her, and it's just a good example of how she got control of the pot with the ace king. And then when the turn card came, I got to give credit to nines, bet right into her, and she didn't chase her overcards.
Uh-huh.
But the guy in seat 5, of course, called with ace king.
Well,
of
yeah,
course.
seat 5's a different style
A
of
different
player.
style, right. And
She's actually played a very solid game. I
Right,
mean,
right.
she's had good starting hands when she's come into the pot.
Right.
She has 3 bets. She's protected her hands.
And
She's
she
been aggressive
fallen
when she's
in love
been
with
in.
ace king when it doesn't
Right,
hit.
and
It's
made good
not much
playdowns.
of anything, right? And
So I definitely like the way that she's been playing.
it's funny, Shirley, because we had a situation like that when I was thinking, when we saw 7-6 last hand. I was like, we had the cards up the right way because we saw a guy, I think in our last broadcast, Eddie and I, on Saturday, the flop was Jack 6 Jack with 1 diamond. Somebody went all in, and he called with 5-8 of diamonds. He had 5-8 of diamonds in his hand. The flop was Jack 6 Jack. And I was looking at Evelyn. Maybe she had put the cards up the wrong way, but she
But
hadn't.
she didn't?
No.
Wow.
So sometimes some of these moves can really dumbfound us.
Yeah.
And then after the hand, the guy actually said that he had misread his hand. He thought he had a 6, or he thought the board was an 8, which makes a little more sense. But
Or maybe
it's just.
Eight chips.
Oh, look at that. Just as I'm commenting about the player in seat 2, I see something here on 2+2 about seat number 2 seems to be head and shoulders above everyone else in terms of poker skill. So that's exactly what I was just saying.
Now, this is a good flop for seat 1 that brought this in with King 10 suited. A couple of overcards and a pretty good flush draw here.
Okay, so seat 5, seat 5 hit a straight.
You got the 6.
And
it's going to
let's see,
beat any
seat
ace.
8's with this 7-10. I don't know. Seat 8 has temporarily lost his mind.
Yeah, 7-10. I don't know why. Would possibly catch it.
A
maybe
6. He wanted to
catching
catch a 6.
That's
That's
amazing. That's just amazing. King 10's going to lay down there, too. 6,
I
8.
got ace. That's why hard.
Cold calling a raise with 6-8 of clubs for middle position. Again, not a play that I would make. Now I'm even telling you people at home that a lot of times under the gun, I know that seat 1 brought that hand in for a raise with King 10 of hearts. I mix that hand up a bit. Sometimes I'll muck it. Again, from up front, I don't think it's a very, very powerful hand. Sometimes I'll limp. I probably wouldn't necessarily raise with it. What do you usually do in a limit? King 10 of hearts from under the gun.
I would raise.
You'd raise?
I'd raise, yeah. Because I don't really think that there's, if I'm going to come in to the pot, I'm coming in raising.
Right.
And I'm certainly not going to muck it. If I come in for a raise and someone shows some kind of strength, then I'll proceed with caution. I'll depending on the player and stuff, I might fold or see a flop or something like that. But I'm not coming in for a limp.
I try to give myself reasons not to play hands for the first 2 positions.
Uh-huh.
I really have tightened up a lot more in the last few months. I used to always come in with King 10 for a raise, and now I've been playing
like
it
I
less and
said,
less.
if I'm raising it,
Uh-huh.
I'll do it. But if someone raises in front of me, I don't have a problem laying down
Right,
King 10.
right.
I definitely don't love the hand.
Of course, we talked about how you need to have a superior hand to call with and to open a pot.
Then,
with.
yeah.
Right. I just find that type of hand, though, King 10, if you're from up front, can't take a lot of heat from someone who raises from you from in the back, because you can flop a king and you can be in big trouble.
And then you're out of position for the whole hand.
Yeah, you're out of position for the whole hand. If you don't flop your heart draw, you're in big trouble. And even if you flop a 10, that's basically what you're looking to flop a 10. That's the only thing that you're really, really comfortable with. You know, if you don't catch any of your pairs and you catch a king, you still could be in big trouble. That's why I really proceed with caution with that specific hand. These days, when I was younger, I used to play that hand pretty strongly.
What's the other hand?
Did we have someone who hit their straight? She's going to lose her mind now.
He caught runner. No, excuse
runner,
me.
yeah.
7, 8.
No,
he had a gut
he
shot
had
on
the
the
gut
flop.
shot on the flop.
Excuse me, he had a gut shot on the flop. Had a backdoor flush draw.
And we have, seat 9, he's done. He's had enough. And I wouldn't be surprised if seat 1 has had enough.
I got 3 jacks.
She had 3 jacks. She had jack 3. Jack deuce. What'd she have? Jack 3. Bad beat.
Of course, you see a lot more bad beats, or it seems that you see a lot more bad
It's
beats
not
in
a bad
limit.
beat. I mean, if you're playing that hand, you're asking for trouble.
You tend to see a lot of times people will draw out more in your limit because they're chasing things because, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So limit can be a very, very frustrating game. And I tend to think that, especially at the middle and high limits, limit is a very vicious game with extreme swings. Much more, you know, I remember I was talking to Greg Raymer about this last week when he was on the show that, you know, if you have a very good no-limit cash player, they're not going to have the types of swings as a very good limit player can have, just because of the fact that your edge isn't as big. And,
yeah, you know, I first thought that the swings in no limit were way bigger than limit, but some of the pots, I mean, a lot of times in no limit, you're not even really seeing flops, you know, you're picking them up before then, so... In limit, you know, you're almost always seeing a flop. A lot of times you're seeing multi-way action. So a lot of the pots are usually, you know, $100, $200 in this type of game, whereas in no limit it's not. So the swings can be, or are a lot of times bigger.
Well, yeah, I think that, you know, I think the swings are a lot bigger. And it's interesting you say that because I think that I will try to see more flops in no limit than I do in limit.
Oh, I definitely, I do.
Okay.
I do. But a lot of times it's not happening because of the raising, because it's not just raising one bet. You know, you could be raising, you know, in a $200 buy-in, the blinds are 3-5, and the raise is like $20, $25. So a lot of times you're not going to see the flop at all. Depending on the type of game, you know, there's a lot of games where you're playing you know, you're getting in for cheap, and you are going to see it with 5 people.
Right, and you can limp in with it.
Yeah, and you can, but
in limit, you really need to limit yourself to certain hands to play all the time. Unless, you know, the table is very, very loose, very passive or something like that. You know. But, you know, one of the general rules, like you said when we were talking about King 10 before, is usually the best play in limit is to bring the pot in for a raise if you're the first one. Now, obviously not in every circumstance, but, you know, that's a general rule of thumb that you can go with. If you're the first one, you like to bring the pot in for a raise.
Good thing I'm not on welfare, man.
And especially in limit tournaments, you definitely want to bring the pot in.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you're coming in, you're not coming in. You better not be coming in for a limp.
No. Unless it's in the first few levels or something, and you're just kind of fooling around, which they seem to do in the first few levels in a limit tournament.
Well, one of my friends who is a pretty successful limit hold'em player and limit tournament player. I don't remember what tournament it was, but I was going to play a limit event, which I don't really like to play. And I asked him, and he said, a lot of players make the mistake of wanting to see cheap flops in the beginning. You know, they're playing a lot of hands,
right?
And he was saying that that's totally opposite. You stand a chance of losing a lot of your chips, and you can't gain a lot of chips.
Right.
And he was saying you actually need to play tighter in the beginning and loosening it up at the end when people are tightening up, which makes sense.
Now look at the seat 1 had a second pair there with an open-ended straight draw. She couldn't catch her draw, and seat 5's got a queen 3 offsuit for 2 pair. And is going to take the pot down.
Well, seat 1 had the best hand on the flop.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Queen 3 really had no business being in there
after
the flop.
Well, this is seat 5.
Seat 5, excuse me. Seat 5.
No, yeah. I'm just saying this is seat 5. He's got his own style.
Yeah. Seat 1 had flopped a pretty good hand there. You know, hit top pair. And then the turn you would think would even help you more unless somebody was in there with a queen. But you would think to yourself, why would anyone be in there with the queen unless they had queen jack, right? Not queen three.
Not queen 3.
Yeah. Now, queen jack's obviously a hand that you can see people play in limit. But, you know, that's what I would be afraid of at the limit I play. Well, this guy's got queen jack. That's about it. That's all I would really be worried about. And then I'd work backwards and say, does this type of player usually play queen jack in this position? What does he usually do with queen jack in this position? Would he have raised? Would he have limped? And that's how you move. You know,
You wouldn't even come into your mind that he might have queen 3?
No.
Time, please, guys. Time.
They probably throwing up. I lost $500 with this dealer. 500. So what happened? He's not bad.
He has a lot of chips in front of him.
No, he does. Well, $800. It looks like 4 racks.
4 racks, yeah. It was $800.
$200. From what I remember, he only had started with. Remember, we did that zoom in when he had about 470 or 490 or something like that.
I believe so. Yeah.
So he's already almost doubled his money. He's up $300, which is a pretty good amount in this level game.
Oh yeah.
816.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that a couple of those racks were gone though within the next couple of hours.
Someone
of the
that
show.
plays a lot of hands are going to have a much higher variance than someone that doesn't play a lot of hands, and the swings are going to be, you know, a lot more obviously.
I'm a mutt. So I'm not a mutt. I'm thoroughbred. I can go back.
Now he's got jack of clubs, 5 spades on the. Oh, he's in the small blind. Of course, he
doesn't
puts
matter if he's in the small blind. He's still playing. Now flop's going to come 5 of diamonds, 3 of spades, 6 of spades, and seat 6 has got ace 5. So he actually has the best hand right now. Pot pair, second pair with the ace kicker. 9 of hearts is going to come on the turn. Going to get checked around here. And 3 of hearts, and it looks like Jimmy with 3s and 5s with an ace kicker is going to win this pot. Great example, Shirley, of the importance of kickers in that hand right there. Obviously, both people had shared the 5s. Yeah.
Of course, obviously you're not normally playing Jack 5, but again, the same could be said about versus Ace Jack against King Jack or something like that. Hold them as a game of kickers. Kickers very, very important. And that's why we say that it's dangerous to play ace, rag, whether it's suited or not suited. Because you can be in big trouble even if you flop the top pair.
Get the voice and everything, you couldn't get the picture.
No look, internet.
Again, we're here live at the bike every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. Held at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens. Coming from downtown, south from the 710 freeway. From the airport, 405 south, east 105, north 710. And from Orange County.
105, gosh. 105 east to the 710 north, exit Florence Avenue, right, and head east.
And all of our jackpots, especially in No Limit, are extremely high. No Limit jackpot is up to $100,000.
And they have it capped right now at $100,000, but it's still the $1,000 a day is being put into the seed of the next jackpot. So once this is hit, it normally would start out at $10,000, but it's been adding $1,000 for like 5 days.
And Shirley, right there, Ace Queen had the best hand the entire time. We talked about the trouble with Ace 4 playing that hand in any rivers of 4 to make 2 pair. So that guy's really hot. Getting really lucky there. And like you had said before, there was some discussion, I remember, some of the people at the casino here about what exactly the jackpot had grown so big, what were they going to do? Well, it's been decided that the best way really is to cap it so that when it is hit, they're not going to start off at a low amount. They're going to start right back off, at a large amount again when it's hit. In this game, the 612 and the 816 have super jackpots at certain times of the day, where the jackpot is raised to $100,000. So if you want to come down and give poker a whirl, you're only about 15-20 minutes from downtown Los Angeles. Seat 5 continues to increase his chip stack. Looks like he's got about 800 and change. Jimmy isn't looking too pleased in Seat 6. Looks like he's down about a half a rack, which is $100. And Seat 1's had a couple of premium hands busted. And it looks like we have a new player in Seat 9. We'll get his name as soon as we can.
He's been on this before, so I believe his he didn't fill out the release form today.
Okay. So we don't exactly have his name. King Queen suited against pocket 4s. And we're going to see bet on the button. And look at this. Jimmy's got Seat 7's got a straight. And he's going to check raise Jimmy on the button. Jimmy's going to have to lay it down
You only
there.
had 1 now out of 4 and you caught her on the turn. It's 2.5 diamond on that end.
Jimmy doesn't look too pleased. Looks like he may be going on tilt.
Yeah. What did he start the game with? He started with the game with 2 racks, I believe, right?
I think he's down about
So he's
a rack.
not doing that bad. That's not that bad.
Well, it's not that bad. Again, though, if I'm down a rack at 2040, the funny thing about this game is it's the same structure as 2040. So if I'm playing down 2040 and I'm down a rack, I'm down $500. Here it's only $200. But this game has been very, very loose.
They have your back.
Just reading some of the 2+2 comments here.
Does she have a computer? Does she have a computer?
Jimmy's going to bring this one in for the ace-jack offsuit. Seat 3's got pocket queens. Maybe actually Seat 3 brought this one in for a raise, Shirley. I'm not quite sure. Kind of a ragged flop here all red. Looking at two black queens. Going to bet. And Seat 6 is just going to flat call. I really don't like that move with the ace-jack. No real draws of any kind.
Yeah, but weren't you saying it's okay for 2 overcards to call one off?
Yeah, exactly. If it's raised one time, you're right. I'm sorry about that. You're right. Now he should fold. And looks like pocket queens is going to take this one down. The overpair all the way. Now, Shirley, when you normally play in the no-limit games, so I know we haven't streamed the 100 max buying game. That might be something that we might do in the future, but are you normally playing the 200 game?
I play both of them.
You do?
Yeah, I started out playing the 100 game, and then the 200 started becoming a little more popular. It was actually a great game with a lot of action in it.
Right.
But as we've seen, I think the last 2 Wednesdays, the $200 game's been very tight. I can make money, by pushing players around or making bets on, when it looks like nobody, wants to take any piece of that pot. But
You got mine, right?
my wins haven't been as huge. So the last week and a half or something, I've been playing the 1 again.
Huh. Because I was going to say, I would think that the 1 is normally something that new players tend to enter, and could be a little bit tight week that you might be able to run over the table.
And a lot of times, they will stick their money in there, and we do see 5 people calling, a small raise before the flop. So
a lot of times you see a lot of people all in pre-flop too, right? We see that in the 200 game sometimes. Obviously, we don't in the big no-limit game. Not as much.
Not as much, right.
He's got multi-way action here. It's about, looks like 6 or 7 people in the pot. King Jack's got the best hand in seat 6. And seat...
No, we have seat 8 with 10-3. That was hidden behind
pairs.
our little
bottom
picture
2
in
pairs.
picture.
Now, the dangerous thing about bottom 2 pairs is if the board pairs not of your card, you can be counterfeited and really only have 1 pair. Like if the board was to pair queens right now on the river, then King Jack would have the best hand. Now, King Jack has got the pair, and he's got an open-ended straight draw here, so he's got a pretty good hand here on the turn with an overcard. So he needs a king, an ace, or a 9, or a queen would actually help his hand. And there's the 9. It's gonna
Well,
give-
the king gives seat 5 the straight. So
is seat 5 still in the hand?
yeah, he's
look
still
at that.
he's still in hand.
Unbelievable.
So they.
I wasn't even
So
paying
we do.
attention
We
to those
just
cards.
exactly what we're saying.
Yeah.
So the 9 gives seat 5 the straight.
Yep.
And
And seat
Oh, wait.
6, yeah, seat 6 has got the 9 because she's got the king high, and
So
seat
seat-
5. Seat 5 had 8, 9.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
Seat 5.
Oh, we were talking about the king gives
Yeah.
seat 5 the straight.
And that's part of the problem with having bottom 2 pair. Like I said, in 310, it was so vulnerable to a higher pair because, King Jack had a big straight draw, could have paired his king, could have paired, obviously could have made a better hand with a jack. Well, I actually, yeah, could have made a better hand with a jack or at both ends of his straight. So he had a pretty strong hand, and he made his king high straight there on the river. And of course, I wasn't even taking into consideration. I'd seen 8, 9. I didn't see which seat number it was coming from. If I had known what seat number it was coming from, I would have taken that hand into consideration for further play.
Okay, he's coming in for a raise. We don't just have a call here. I'm curious.
Ace Jack
Ace
offsuit.
Jack. Okay.
Ace Jack offsuit. Not, that's not a bad raise.
No.
Obviously.
No. That's a
Look
good,
at that. Everyone's
good raise. He
respecting
did
him. Yeah.
either that or they had total garbage. Well, we had deuce 4 and 5-7.
Well, I mean, again, one of the reasons,
in the blind.
one of the problems with playing a loose passive style is that if you see a guy limp in with 80 and 90% of his hands, then all of a sudden he raises under the gun. Well, he's probably going to have a pretty decent hand, right?
Well,
or if
you would
if
imagine,
he
but-
comes out betting, I mean,
I figured one of you had the club.
we've seen him, kind of be what's called a, calling station as well, right? Just pretty much
Oh,
just
yeah.
not raising, just calling. And again, that's not going to be the best strategy for winning poker either.
I know. You know that. Yeah.
So if you think that you can do better than some of these players, we definitely invite
Yeah,
you
come on down. I'm sure
We've
that
seen a lot of
we have
loose-
a lot of
loose
people
play
that
in
think that.
a lot of loose play in the 200 game. A lot of loose play in this game. Now C2 who has been tight all night long. He's bringing this hand in with a raise, and she's got pocket queens. And Jimmy's going to 3-better with. Is it 10-8?
Well, we've got
Suited?
no seat 5. Seat 5 3-bet, and he has
seat
pocket
five- seat
6s.
5 3-bet.
Yeah, seat 6 called 3 bets with 8-10. I called 2 more bets actually because he was in the big blind.
Now the good
so.
thing about C2, of course, we can see all the cameras, is that she's not up against any overcards here. So just
No,
greatly,
that's true.
The value for.
But she doesn't know that.
She doesn't know that, of course. And the thing with this,
when
she's
you're
gonna
seeing the
check
hand
it.
with 5 other people.
Right, and if somebody, she's going to lead.
No, she's
Did-
one of the last to act. Yeah, she's
She's C2, right?
seat 2, but the button's in seat 3.
Okay. So
So
who
she
had
didn't
led
lead out.
originally?
Well, I mean, she bet, but I meant that she didn't lead out as
Okay,
being
yeah.
in early position. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering if seat 5 led out of that one. I couldn't quite get the action
No,
there.
C2 was the one betting, but
Okay.
she was betting in late position.
Okay.
And when I think of leading out, I
Right.
think of doing
Right.
that in early
But she
position.
did start the pot.
Yes, she did.
The bet. Okay. She's got the best hand.
And she's getting called
And
by a
Jimmy
lot
is
of
drawn for the 9 to
garbage.
make a gut shot straight.
And the 6s are drawn to hit trips
And
and
the
or
7,
set.
I don't think really.
No, it doesn't help
anything.
anybody.
The queens are going to take this one down.
And then she checks again. Well, I mean, I don't falter there. I mean, there's so many people there, and then that 7.
Well, I think that actually definitely is the right move because you could have somebody in there with a weak king, Shirley. I mean, that's definitely. A
Oh yeah,
possibility.
yeah. I agree with the check on this hand, but it's just kind of funny that she's won a few pots, and every time she's won a hand, she's checked on the end.
One time you had 6s.
It's always nice to have a big pocket pair and have an overcard hit and have
And
multi-way
it still
action,
be
and
good.
it still is
I
good.
know.
Still is good.
Well, she even looked surprised that it held up.
Now, when I had said that she had led on, she was the first one. It was
You
checked her.
were right that
Right.
she did lead out. She was the one
Right.
doing the action.
So-
but like I said, when I think of leading out, I just think of someone
Right,
in early
from
position.
an early position.
Right.
Well, what I'm
I made a mistake.
wondering is that if someone had led at her, because there were 3 or 4 people before her to act, how she would have played it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if someone had thrown a check raise in there. Now, Jimmy's picked up pocket kings, cowboys at seat 6 here. I mean, it's really tough because when you have a high pair, but there's an overcard on the board, and there's so many people at the pot and somebody bets into you, you really have to use your poker sense and your instincts. You know, you could be drawing again to be, you know, to 2 outs on the turn if someone has a king, right? You know, it's a tough hand to play.
Against that many opponents, you would think that somebody has a king.
Right.
Yeah,
That would be difficult.
It would be hard to make a call.
Pocket kings against 3-4 offsuit, it looks like. Now let's see if this guy draws for his 4 spades for the flush. Looks like he is.
He is. Well, he's got a pair of threes,
He's got a pair of threes. Let's see if the spade comes on the turn. It's really going to get Jimmy, and it comes on the turn. Oh, man.
That's ugly.
And it's going to be checked down here? No, he's going to bet. And Jimmy's
and
going to
he's
call.
calling out
and he's
of
going to
disgust.
see the 4 spades.
Yeah, you got to show both cards.
Let's see if we can get a word from the table here.
What do you think's going through his head? Yeah, idiot.
Well, I mean,
what the heck?
You have to.
3, 4.
You have to. I mean, this type of thing happens, you know, a lot. In cash games, you might get a guy that plays extremely loose, has no business calling, and he's just winning, and he's beating you, and he's beating you. And you start with these superior hands, and he draws out on you, but you got to keep your emotions in check.
You of course. I mean, you get frustrated, but that's exactly the type of people that we live, you know, to play with. That's.
Right.
You know, it's not very often where you sit in a game and you get players like this in there. So they'll beat you for a little bit, but you'll get it in the end, and that's what you always have to remember.
And again, part of, you know, being a good poker player is keeping your emotions in check. And, you know, if you have a bad beat, you've got to, you know, suck it up and play your best game. You can't, you know, suddenly loosen up. You know,
no.
Thing that I do a lot of times is I'll try to tighten up after I have a bad beat, just because I feel that sometimes I might push a little bit when I shouldn't, because I'm so angry about the previous hand. So I don't like to, you know, we see a lot of people steam raise, you know, I'm on tilt, steam raise, and that's really not.
Well, usually when they're saying they're on tilt, they're not on tilt.
Right. Seat 7. Is seat 7 still in the hand? Okay. I was going to say, I wonder if seat 5 can suck out with the 3 of spades, but seat 7.
Well, we do
still
have someone with a spade here. Yeah, the 9 of spades.
Seat 7's got the 9 of spades.
Who's got the 3 of spades?
No, I got the winning spade.
He does have the winning spade.
You know, the funny thing about this too, Shirley, is that it's.
I said I got the winning
normally, when you have a 3-suited board. Well, in this case, it was Ace King 4, but let's say it was a couple of low suits. You really only want to draw to if you have the ace, the king, and maybe sometimes the queen. So in this case, with Ace King 4, if you had the queen or the jack you'd want to stick in there, I wouldn't be in there necessarily with the 9 of spades, with nothing else going on in
No,
your hand.
but it was checked on this. Okay, wait.
Right, there wasn't much
flop.
stretch, but, you know, I see a lot of people chase these, you know, 3-suited boards, or third suit comes on the turn, they're chasing a flush. Well, you really only want to chase your flush if it's close to the nuts or the nuts.
Yeah, if it's going to be good.
Right. Not with the 3 of spades or
No.
the 4 of spades.
Crazy. I'm crazy for playing poker.
Hey, you're shut the flop up. I said flop.
That was a nice bluff.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be multi-way action, nothing new. Maybe 5 or 6 people in this hand. No raise. Oh, looks like someone's raising out of the blind. And let's see what he's got from the big blind that he was raising with. Seat 8. Okay, here you go, 2+2ers. It looks like seat 8 raised out of the blind with ace 4 clubs. Now, I don't think that you guys can agree with that play. Seat 1's flopped a pretty nice hand. Got a flush draw and a couple of overcards. Jack, queen of spades. Now, this is the problem with raising out of the big blind. He raised out of the big blind with ace 4 suited. The flop was no help, and he leads out, but it's a limit game, so you can't bluff people out of the pot. He's virtually drawing dead here. He does have a gut shot straw.
Yeah, he has a gut shot.
He does have a gut shot. But again, if it's a spade, he's really drawing at 3 outs.
Well, I agree with you. I told you that there's a lot of hands that I wouldn't be raising out of the blind. I certainly wouldn't be doing it with ace 4.
Ace 4 suited, right?
No.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, I wouldn't do it with ace jack. I most likely wouldn't do it with ace queen. But, you know, if it's suited or if you want a lot of value in it, heck yeah, I will.
And Jack Queen led out here on the river, and she had a busted flush draw.
Who?
And seat 7 called with 8-9.
We do have 8.
8-9.
Oh, 8-9.
Seat one had been betting with the flush draw, and she missed on the river. Tried to follow up with it.
Which
and,
is the only thing you can do to try to win the pot.
And, maybe if another overcard had come there, like an ace of spades, it would have scared 8-9 a little bit. But because
if it would have been the ace of spades, she would have made a flush.
Excuse me, if it was a non-overcard spade, like an ace, queen or a jack would have actually gave her the best hand, but because it was an undercard of 4, he was able to, if he was going to call him the turn, he was going to call him.
I know she's going. I know she's going.
Big blind, please.
Put out spades before that. We're going to put out spades again. That's not ethical. Ecological. Transferable.
And Shirley, when I was out there on the floor around 4 o'clock, when they usually like to try to start these games, the board was not full. So any of you that are watching this game can come down and play in these games. Again, the 200 max buy-in game really isn't a big game. This isn't that big of a game. If you're a very experienced player, I wouldn't suggest coming down for the 500 min game unless you're very experienced in no-limit cash play. But, do you have some...
The 200... The 200 isn't that bad neither.
Right.
I mean, you can get in here and play for the 4 hours
Right.
on a 1 or 2 buy-ins.
Right. So, it seems like we're going to be doing these smaller games on Wednesdays and Saturday nights. So come on down and give it a shot.
That's it.
Now, seat 1 has picked up a set of 7s here.
Black.
But seat 7 has got an open-ended straight draw. 5, 6, 7, 8. And seat 8 has got the 4
I cannot win.
for the straight.
And your cards over.
Got the bottom end of the straight.
Nope.
And,
Oh, no, I got it.
no,
I got
straight 4.
straight.
4's gonna take that one down.
Domo. They don't know that on the internet.
And again, too, from early position there, Shirley, if I had the bottom end of a straight and there were 6 people to act after me, I don't think I'd be betting into it where a 9 was going to win. I know that aggressive play is good, but any of those players could have had a 9 and had me beat. I don't necessarily would have bet into it. I think he actually bet right into it at the 4.
What can I do with you, man?
Not for nothing, but this guy's done nothing but walk here since he's been here. He played one hand of walking, this guy over here. Thank you.
I want to see one that goes, see 9
Oh, he just left.
He just left now, but he left before also. Now he's got to turn off his cell phone. You don't like that, I guess. Very few hands.
Looks like we're into our
Second half.
second half of the show here. We've seen some pretty interesting play.
Yes, that's for sure.
All our broadcasts, the play, it hasn't, there's been an exciting play. There's been some great suck-outs.
You missed
except for that one that you were on Wednesday.
So bad. No, but last Thursday at the 400-800, I was in here for an hour, and that was just incredible. I mean, that was a great game, fun to watch. And
again, if some of you guys, this is the first time you've been watching, definitely tune in tomorrow if you get the chance for our 400-800 game. I mean, we're going to see play that's actually similar to this play, but it makes it more amazing when Jerry Buss catches a gut shot, runner straight for a $16,000 pot against a guy that had top pair that continued to bet, and Jerry Buss check raises him on the river, which is what happened last week. I can't remember against the gentleman that was against, and I think his response was, "What the bleep was that, Jerry?"
Oh, really?
Yeah, as he lost about
okay, that must have been
$13,000.
after I had already left.
Yeah.
You had almost 1 hour.
I was supposed to say hello to 2 girls, Jada and Brittany. So hello, Jada and Brittany.
And we continue to get more and more hits on our site. We kind of get a daily hit count of everyone that watches the broadcast. It's gone up and up and up. And, I read the threads on 2+2.
I
even
read
the
them.
guys that rag on me.
That give you a hard
appreciate
time,
their
yes.
comments.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all get it in one way or another.
Right.
But there's a lot of positive, too, so. But when I'm not doing the commentating, I usually have you guys on in the background of playing, doing work for my website or playing online.
Or
whatever
playing online.
whatever I'm doing on the computer, and I'll usually have it sitting there, and when I hear you say, "Oh, look at this," and I'm, okay, so I look over. Okay, what's going on?
I got a lot of flack from that, but I remember saying one time, you guys are playing internet poker, just keep the audio on, and we'll definitely let you into a good hand that's developing or exciting sets of cards that have been happening here.
Cocktail.
Seat 7's got Ace Jack here.
Cocktail.
Flop looks like it's Queen 9 Queen. It really didn't help.
No, Ace Jack is the best hand. It's going to pick it up.
With the original razor. And the other thing, too, that's a little bit different about limit, too, Shirley, is, in no limit, if you bring the hand in for a raise and it doesn't hit anybody, and even if it doesn't hit you, if you're the original razor, you can fire at the pot and take the pot down. The problem with doing that in limit, especially on the flop, is because it's a half-size bet. People, if it's been, raised before the flop, are going to call with overcards, call with, like I said, maybe even call with bottom pair. So it's sometimes if the pot doesn't hit you, if the flop doesn't hit you, and there are like 4 or 5 people in the pot, sometimes it's better to just check and kind of shut down. I mean, you might be able to...
with boards like that, if you're referring to the last hand, a lot of times when it's paired like that with its queen,
right.
9,
that's a nice board to be able to shoot
the first person who bets at it wins a lot of times.
Because it's if someone doesn't have a queen, it's dangerous to call that type of hand. But it's like if someone brought in a hand with ace king from the first couple positions and got 4 or 5 callers, and the flop is deuce 3-7, and you have no draw, but there's a flush draw out there, and you don't have it. Sometimes it's just best to kind of check and shut down.
Check it, yeah. We have actually a couple hands here. We have C4 with pocket queen, ace jack. We've got 5-8 and 3-4. I'm actually very curious to see why player 2 is in. I mean, that is...
C2?
Well, yeah, C2's in there with 3-4, and that hasn't been her style of play.
No, it hasn't. She quickly...
And it had to have been raised with pocket queens.
Right.
I missed that, but that pot looks big. There was definitely a raise in there.
So ace jack is drawing to a 10, and there it comes on the turn. Seems just absolutely amazing every time that these guys
well,
catch
you
there.
still can catch a board pair here. C4 can still. C4 hasn't been involved in tons of hands neither.
No. I think C4 probably thinks that. Well, I still might think I have the best hand, but I definitely could be beat, so I would still check and call.
Don't bet out. Check call. Well, he's betting
looks like he
out.
bets out.
He got raised on the turn.
And he's going to get raised again on the river. I think it's because Shirley, he's almost all in, so he's just going to
Yeah,
commit all his
but it
chips.
doesn't matter.
Are you playing?
No.
I don't like
You're right,
people
it
talking
doesn't.
my hand.
It doesn't.
Okay, they got a big mouth, they're talking my hand.
One more chip. You got
But that's probably the reason why he's doing this. Sometimes people just kind of loosen up and kind of push the rest of their chips in.
I definitely have seen that, and
It's high. Straight.
that was one of my lessons that I learned in the beginning was to always make sure that I had adequate money to play my hands, to bet them on all streets, and not to let myself get too short stacked because you'll find yourself calling when you shouldn't be calling and stuff like that. Just because it'll only cost me 8 chips, but that's 8 chips that you shouldn't be calling.
And even though obviously chip size and chip stack means a lot more in no limit than it does in limit play, I sometimes find, even at the level that I'm at now, if you're not paying attention to someone's chip stack and you don't know that they're short stacked and they're almost all in, somebody might raise and they 3-bet, and you don't notice the fact that they only have 2 chips left. And the reason why they're 3-betting is because they want to put themselves all in. It doesn't represent a hand that would necessarily be 3-betted if they had more chips.
Not that they have.
So
you
look down at your hand and it's like, whoa, this hand could stand 2 bets, but it can't stand 3 bets. Well, the guy that's 3-betting you is just wanting to put himself all in, so it means a lot less. So you have to keep track of who's about to go all in and shorts. I've missed that time and time again, and I still sometimes miss it where somebody 3-bets and I don't realize they're almost all in, and my hand really warrants a call in that situation, and I muck the losing hand. I mean, would ended up being the winning hand because it was 3-betting.
Think you can do whatever you want. Not my game. I tell her off in a heartbeat.
It's like king 9 deuce. Deuce 9 flops 2 pair. Jimmy's got bottom 2 pair here. And he leads out. And seat 5, who's got Jack Queen, has got a
Got a good shot there
and he's
for a
gonna
10.
and he's going to call, though, again, Shirley. We talk about how not only do you not have odds to call for your gut shot, but on a 2-suited board, you know, I understand heads
Is he
up.
calling right there?
Looks like it. with
He
Jack
sure
Queen.
called on the river with queen high.
Queen high.
Well, oh, wow.
You know, if that board was contested by on the turn by 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4 people, and there's 2 hearts out there. You not only are just drawing to your gut shot, but you're really drawing to the card that's not the heart to complete your gut shot. So it's even one less.
Or the heart or the diamond. There were 2 suits out there.
Yeah, so
2 diamonds, 2 hearts out there.
Your odds are cut down in half. You know, if you thought you had odds to call for your gut shot.
Uh-huh.
Now that I think about it, I made a big mistake. I had really nice space.
It looks like seat 8 has gained quite a few chips since the beginning of the broadcast as well. He's quietly increased his chip stacks, Shirley. Looks like he's has 20 or so stacks there too, just not in a rack.
Oh, yeah.
You know me.
Well, he's
Excuse
won
me,
a couple
seat
big,
seven,
he's
seat
won a
seven.
couple big pots.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
He's got
I don't do stuff like that. I don't pull in.
22, maybe 21 stacks.
That's it.
20, yeah, 21. It looks like 21 there. So, 800.
800.
800
Right.
change.
That's so unprofessional.
I told her if you want to eat, tell me she's fine.
I'm not saying I had that.
She's buying?
Yep. Women are stubborn.
You're stubborn with you.
No, if I spend your money.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my goodness.
And if I got a different story.
Jack,
You gotta
Jack
whip it
6,
all the way. Hey,
flop.
Jack.
And Jimmy's in with Jack 10, seat 7. He's got trips.
Hey, don't go yet.
Oh, excuse me, not Jimmy. Seat 7 has got trips there. Jack 10. Jimmy's in seat 6.
So, seat 1's finally had enough.
Okay.
She's leaving.
And look at this. Seat 7 probably was going for a check raise there on the turn and got a check behind. Seat 8 a check behind.
Which card did you want to see, the Jack or the 10?
I knew you had a check. Okay, don't rub it in. Okay. Don't make me go.
Now, in that case, the guy wasn't on a spade draw who was sitting behind seat 7 there.
Uh-huh.
But sometimes it can be a little bit dangerous to try
To
a
check raise and you
give somebody a free
card.
card.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I could have played poker all the years.
I played poker when I was in high school.
I used to
18
play.
because I could go over here.
We used to play in the. We used to
I used to
play
play
in the
The
black
table has, looks like there's a couple people that have stepped away, and there looks like there's a couple seats open here. And we're going 7-handed,
We used to play him in the bathroom.
which might loosen up the players a little bit more. It's not quite short-handed, Shirley, but it's not, quite the same strategy as a full ring game. The couple people that aren't on the table
Nah, I wanted to.
just means that the first couple of the starting hands have a little bit more value to them.
$2,000. I gotta go to 40 and gotta go to FICO.
And look at this, we're not going to see a flop. Raise and a fold. Kind of rare at this table, and I think it was seat 5 that had brought that one in for a raise, so they're respecting his raises.
$2,400.
Hi,
I
guys.
was pocket ace like 7
You
times.
gotta play 10-9, not 5. Hi, guy, you push more times than you. Yeah, if you play 100 hands, you'll push 76.
No, you play the bank. I mean, you play
Yeah, I
the
know,
bank.
but you push so many times.
On the bank, you cannot push. You either win or lose. You can buy the bank for $20.
Yeah.
Depends on the game.
Yeah. Come.
Of course, we see some food, or we saw some food above seat 7 there. Of course, you get food service 24/7 here at the Bicycle Casino.
Yes,
right at your
and
table.
for most of, for all No Limit, if you have a membership rewards card,
Right.
you get free food, and for the high limit section, the plaza, 10, 20, and above, you get free food also. In the 816, I believe it's 3 hours.
3 hours. Of course,
For
we
a
have, you're referring to the Bicycle Classic card, where we have our rake back program, where you play over a certain amount of hours per month and you receive different amounts of money per hour back on different levels. In this game, it's $1.50 per hour once you hit 25 hours. The 10-20 game, it's in the no limit games, it's $3 an hour. And 20-40, it's $5 an hour. So. But anytime that you come down here, just sign up for a card.
Make sure you get the card. It's well worth the time. It only takes about 2 minutes to do it. And the least you'll get, it's a free meal, even if you're here for 1 day.
Right. If you're playing yellow chip level, you're going to get, a free meal after 1 hour. And like you said, at this level, it's 3 hours. But still, if you play down for a few hours, you're going to get a free meal, which is a great deal.
You want to make sure you're not cheating.
Huh? Of course, cocktail service, full cocktail service, and massage service.
Massage service and shoe shine and beauty salon here.
I don't want to see people see me.
Long time no see you, man.
So we see that Seat 5's lost one of his racks.
Either that or he's colored up for a couple of whites there, and I can't quite tell.
I believe he's lost one rack. But Bart's giving him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, and we have a new player in Seat 1. That actually looks like Eric, who is a no limit player.
I'm very familiar with Eric?
Yeah, very familiar with Eric's no limit play. That is Eric. I didn't even realize he played limits, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, look, he looks like he's coming from a no limit table. He's got the
I
yellow chips.
haven't seen him for a while. Yeah,
He had the $5 chips in front of him, which usually indicates he's either playing 10-20 or no limit.
Or no limit, yeah. So, I wonder if he knows I'm in here. I could give him a hard time. I'll rag on him a little bit.
Is he a solid no limit player?
He's a pretty good no limit player. I've made the couple mistakes of answering some of his questions. He would send me emails through my website, and then I would answer him, and now I notice he's played a lot better game against me and won a couple pots against me. I said, that's it. Don't ask me any more questions.
This guy has a very nice name on his card.
He's a good player. I mean, I'm not taking credit for everything that he's done, but he has used a couple of my pieces of my advice against me.
It rhymes with Jack. It rhymes with masshole.
No.
With masshole.
He's talking to the mic.
We've got Seat 3 here, flopped top pair.
Okay.
They want you to cuss here anyway, you guys. They want there to be a little.
It looks like.
We're.
Yeah, it looks like Seat 8 is calling with 5-6. Again, a single pair, Shirley. And now there's a bunch of clubs out there, and look at this. The king made it in the flush, but he had the best hand the whole way.
Yeah.
And how can Seat 8
raising?
Do we have?
Okay.
Do we have the right cards here again?
It's the right cards. It's the right cards.
Maybe he's just trying to make a move.
He's making a move at the pot, and
now the question and this is a great example of
it's a great move. We know that the person has the king,
but this is a great example of a call here is in order, not a re-raise, because the only chance that you're going to get called if you re-raise is usually by a hand that beats you, right? You probably someone might have made that move with the queen of clubs, but I think a definite call was in order there.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm not faulting that play right there.
Right.
I mean, he's calling for the 5-6 for the check raise. I don't know what he was calling for or whatever, but that was the only way he was going to win the pot. And if that player in Seat 3 didn't have a king, or probably even that's what I mean, a club. The king of clubs, ace, the queen, but might not have even got called with probably a 9 or lower. I would imagine would probably fold.
I was going to say a weak club probably would have a tough time calling there too. Yeah.
Right.
Because you got to think that someone is going to make that move with a high club, and like I said, usually when you hit 3 clubs on a board, now obviously that was a heads-up situation, but you really want to be drawing to an ace or a king normally, at the least, you know. Well, again, that was a heads-up situation, but unfortunately for that guy who check raised, the king of clubs.
The
was
player
in the
had
opponent's
had a king, king of clubs.
Right.
Well, I need 1,200 to get even. Well, I'll be able. My driver picked me up at 10.
You got an ace queen. Now, here's what we talk about ace rag here. You know, I bet you we're going to see ace rag call all the way down to the river.
Before we get going too crazy on this guy, He is a new player. He might have posted this hand.
Uh-huh.
He might not have had to call any kind of a raise before the hand.
Right.
So him playing ace deuce and calling a bet on the flop is not that bad.
Well, look at this though. If
We'll
he's going to
see.
lay it down, I got to give
Yeah,
him
so
credit
it's-
because we haven't seen any of the other players try to kind of make that lay down.
Yeah.
It's a little bit easier too. The fact that he doesn't have a diamond in his hand and he could be beat anyways before
Right.
diamond comes in.
Right, but I think this is the first hand I believe he might have posted on his hand, and we aren't really sure about his play. So
Right.
we can't. I don't want to come out criticizing him for playing ace deuce, especially if it was if he did post.
And like I said, I don't normally play that hand, but I have to give the guy credit for being able to get away from the hand.
Oh yeah.
If he played it, fine.
Well, I mean,
the fact that he can get away from it when it flops is even better.
Right.
You know what I mean? The problem, the reason why I have problems with people playing those hands is that at this level you almost never see someone be able to get away.
Most people
get away
cannot
from
get away from that.
Right. And I think he probably, used the fact that there was a third diamond out there too, so the guy could have been betting into a diamond draw. And then when the third diamond hits, even more of a chance that he's beat, even if the guy didn't have an ace originally, but now he's made a flush or something like that. So.
Come on, how do you like to be married to
Now C5's got ace 4 here.
And at the moment has the best hand.
Right.
Queen
Now
10
let's see if he
calls.
can get away from Queen 10, like he could get away from his weak ace before.
Well, now he's picking.
And then remember the third spade comes, so you would now. But look at this,
It's check.
around.
So now he gets a free shot at hitting the.
Oh. Wow, an ace 4's gonna
Oh, he
lead
just
it.
called.
And he called.
He just
Well,
called.
he doesn't have spade.
No, the Queen 10. I'm saying he just called.
Right.
I mean, if you. He didn't have a spade. I mean, he
yeah.
has to raise to try to win that
Right.
pot. You can't call and,
Well, maybe
and think you have the best hand.
Maybe he thought his queen was good. That's a
There's
little
4
bit
spades. I
confusing.
mean, any spade, any ace.
I'm surprised the guy with ace 4 led out there too. Remember, we've been seeing people shut down with
Well,
the suited
yeah, I mean,
boards. Yeah,
He's unpredictable. He's not our typical type of player.
That was kind of an in-between situation because an ace 4 with no spade, I was going to say, you lead, and if you get called, usually, especially with that board, there's a good chance you're going to be beat. But if you can make that type of bet with no spade and get a smaller spade to lay down the hand,
Right.
that's an
that's
incredible play. No one had a spade regardless.
Time. I'm gonna look.
Time for what? You better call Harry. You got not much time left.
No, I got it in my pocket. Yeah, right there. They had 93 waters out there. Check.
And 2+2 posters, we are actually reading all of your comments, even though we may not be discussing them all like when Denny is in the room. But we definitely are reading all of your comments, so we're taking everything that you say into consideration. Seed 8 has got trip 9s here. It's just interesting that we see a discussion about
how we should commentate. If we
on
should dumb it down, or if we should rag on these players, or whether
we don't mean to be ragging on the players. We just sometimes question the play. We don't mean to individually denigrate a single player.
I think that a lot of the issue that they're having is we're wising some players up, but I mean we have to. I'm the type of person that has to call like I see it, and if I can't be honest, I mean it's just not something I can do. So.
I don't think that we're giving away any secrets anymore than people on the World Poker Tour give away secrets when they commentate.
I don't know about that. I like the World Poker Tour. I love their show, but they really don't go into depth on why hands should be played a certain way and stuff like that.
But it's just that, the same criticism can be made about why people write poker books.
That's what I was going to say.
Right?
That's what I was going to say. That anybody that's watching live at the bike is probably pretty informed about poker and probably has the basic knowledge or have at least books readily available. And if they're not going to listen to the books, they're certainly not going to listen to two people in a booth talking about whether hands play correctly or not.
We're not going to be able to influence them to play better.
No.
If they play.
Believe me, if I was sitting at the table, I would not be saying a word. I would not be wising anybody up.
It's funny. I heard Phil Gordon say one time to not tap on the aquarium when you're on the table, referring to, nudging the fish.
Don't wake up a fish.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Get him dizzy.
of course, if poker was played properly by everyone, the money,
Yeah,
the house would
right.
probably be, and
The pocket jacks here.
the most money.
Seat 7 might add to his stack, ever-growing stack there. Especially since both aces are, both players have aces in the hands, looks like they were going to hit an ace.
Re-raised. It looked like somebody raised. I think it might have been seat 9.
Let's see, it looks like there's 4 bets.
Yeah, it's capped. So
Yeah,
I
there
think
is.
someone must have brought that hand in for a raise before that, and then Jack's re-raised, and then ace 4 capped it, or ace 7 capped it. So a couple of the aces are shared, and one of the other aces
And it
flops.
catches.
It's just too much. Absolutely too much. Now, there are 3 clubs on the board. It might slow some people down here.
I
now,
know,
4th
it's
club
definitely
going
going to slow people down.
And if a 5th club comes on the board, we're going to look at a total chop pot. But this is very, very difficult for 2 red jacks to call this. And
A7, which actually had the best hand, ends up playing the hand. I'm curious to know if it was a club. They probably would have chopped it 3 ways.
I wonder if we can see the rabbit cam. No,
Nope,
shoot.
not anymore. We didn't get to her soon enough.
I know you
Take my money, okay.
All right,
I know
you
you
look
have.
back. Get
I know you have.
Nope, I swear I didn't.
You know, it's funny, Shirley, to talk about odds and stuff, and usually when you look at those hands head up with each other, ace 4, ace 7, and pocket jacks, the aces have 1 over card. So normally it's the jacks, if you were like against an ace 7 and all the 5 cards came out, would be about a 72% favorite. But now one of the other aces is
I know.
So there's really only 2
they're,
odds to them. So the odds are even more.
Right. I mean,
But
the only
jacks
other
were
way
favored,
is if the one guy with the A7 caught the diamonds.
Right.
Or they caught 2 of their,
2 of their
like
their
kicker
smaller
cards, their lower
cards.
cards.
Yeah. So that was a pretty rough flop there for pocket jacks.
Yeah, the people in Uganda, Vegas checking them out, see if they want to, take them. Application's been applied.
Parties have been dug under.
Playing it blind.
All right. If you must.
A couple of people have folded around, which has been
Looks
somewhat
like
of a rarity.
everybody except for seat 5.
And the funny thing about seat 5, when he's raised,
He actually
hasn't-
has an okay hand. I mean,
Yeah,
did he raise right
looks
here?
like, he looks like he's got king
Okay.
10 offsuit.
But that's okay.
From his position, that's good to bring that pot in for a raise.
Absolutely.
You don't want to limp in or fold in
No,
that position.
absolutely. He should come in for a
Now,
raise.
he's picked a bottom pair with
the gut shot straight.
straight draw. He doesn't have any clubs. But look at this. Seat 7's got ace jack. He's flopped top 2 pair.
And the other 2 players have open and straight draw.
Have open-ended straight draws. The thing, though, is that if the queen comes, king 10
Then
is going to
someone
have the
only needs a
superior
king.
straight. And a good players would be able to get away from 8-9 right now.
Well, we have, let's see. Seats.
And look at this. King 10's got the trips on the turn.
I'm curious to see.
And we're going to see a
Seat 9
chip raise.
folded, right? I believe the
Yeah.
8-9's folded, so
No,
that was
looks like
good.
seat 9 is still in with 8-9.
It does, but where the heck's his chips? It doesn't look like he's called anything.
What's the river card here? It's an
It's an
8.
eight.
Okay, side pot first, 3 10.
3 10s. He catches the 10. Now, what I was saying about that, Shirley, is that one of those 8-9s had folded, and I think the other 8-9 might have been all in. But that is a perfect, an absolutely perfect case, because I've seen it before where you need to muck 8-9 right away. I guess it's going to depend on the situation. Basically, you're open-ended, but your top card that's going to make you the straight isn't really going to be any good because you're going to be beat by a higher straight.
Yeah,
so
all
you're
someone
really
needs
not
is
drawing
one card to make that
Yeah,
straight.
you're not drawing open-ended. You're kind of drawing to the 7, which is almost more like a gut shot. So you have to adjust those types of
Yeah,
odds.
but a lot of the players that are playing in this type of game aren't going to see that.
Right.
Like we see that, or some other players might see that. And I thought that because seat 9 had laid down that ace deuce, the first hand, I was impressed with the laydown and stuff like that. I thought he was going to be able to get away with it. I didn't realize that he was all in.
Uh-huh.
What if I give you $1?
I'll take it.
Oh, you want to see what I had? I'm sorry. Here. That's what
Do you think that in a cash game, in limit cash game,
I had.
first of all, you don't like to short stack yourself to the point where you can't play the hand number 1, right?
Right.
But even if you do, you don't even like to push forward with all your chips, even the top pair when you know you're beat, because there really isn't any point just because you're necessarily
I don't want to play any other way than I normally would just because I have
Just
a small amount of
short
chips,
stack.
and I try not to get myself there because it is very easy when you only have like 6 chips in front of you or 10 chips in front of you to say, okay, well, it's only going to cost me this.
Right.
I might not be getting the right price on this, or you say you have second pair. Well, I can hit the other 2 cards, the second pair, or
Right.
you have five outs, and you're not going to get the right price. But if it's only going to cost you a certain amount of chips, you just go ahead and do it.
Greg, dig me a 4 rack, please.
Give it up, man.
When you gonna
Looks like we had a King 9 suited in here. Seat 3. Oh,
Seat
seat 3 is
three
not
folded.
in there.
I told you I had 7 dudes, right? I told you I had 7
Actually, no,
dudes.
one of the... I learned from a local pro here at the casino, an interesting move to make is a lot of these limit tables will allow one short buy. So if the minimum buy-in for a table here, I know at the 2040 it's $200, so 10
It's
times
10 times the amount of
the
the
small
small bet.
blind. So here it would be, $80 would be the minimum. Well, let's say it's coming up to your small blind, Shirley. You can actually do a short buy, at least at the bicycle casino, for the amount of your small blind.
Yeah, you
and
can.
then put that all in, because you're at such a positional disadvantage that you just put those chips in, and you really, you can't play the hand out, but, you were either going to call or most likely muck with the hand anyways. And now you've got position. Now you bring your chip stack back up with a full buy when the button comes to you the next hand. And it's just like a little interesting.
You're talking about like if it's your small
If
blind.
it's your small blind, you just run in chips. You do a short buy for the small blind amount. And then you bring your chip stack back up if you lose the hand on the button.
Huh. I'll have to think about that one. I don't think that I would ever get all in anyways, because
Right.
I always make sure that I have more than enough chips,
It's just a technique to allow yourself to possibly play a hand that might get lucky and hit without having to commit any other chips. You know what I mean? You're getting to see 5 cards, basically, when you put yourself in that position.
We are heads up still.
Give it to him.
Hook.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
King 9 o'clock. Missed everything. Right row. King row o'clock. For a candy.
And it looks like we can really get a good perspective of how cheap seat 7 is. Really accumulated those chips, almost 4 full racks here. Surpassed seat 5. And seat 7, he hasn't played erratic, but he hasn't played the most solid game, but he's doing well for himself on this table. Seat 5 again coming in with a kind of well, he was in the small line, had a Jack 6 off suit.
And it was just a limped pot.
Seat 8 has got top pair, and now it's got the flush with the 7 of spades. And seat 6, again, we talk about it, Shirley, drawing for a gut shot draw when there are multiple suited cards on the board that would make your, draw to one of those gut shots that wouldn't be a spade. So again, it's we've seen that situation happen time and time again here, especially when the 4th suited card comes. You can't draw for your gut shot. At that point you could already be.
Yeah, well, on calling with the 4th spade, that was on the turn, and there was no bet on the turn there.
It's okay. We won't punish you or nothing. No, you're okay.
This is a wholesome game, sir.
Looks like we're going to be into our last hour here live at the bike. Of course, you can watch our broadcast every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. Tomorrow night,
Go ahead. Just the 3 of us.
most likely we'll be doing the
I believe
big
it's still
game,
the high limit game, the 400, 800. Limit hold'em, and it usually has some pretty big name players in there.
And we've seen Jerry Buss the last few times we've been to do it. And know exactly
and
what
Gabe
his schedule
Kaplan
is.
was playing in the
They were doing
$10,000 shootout thing,
Well-
and I don't know if he ever made it to the table. Did he ever make it to the
Well,
table?
the funny thing is that afterwards, and I meant to tell the viewers this last week, they were doing a warm-up for some other event, which was a $10,000 heads-up tournament. So the players on that table were doing a warm-up for, it was a $5,000 heads-up. 8 of them entered that night, and they were leaving the table and going away. 8 of them entered, and then, it was 3 rounds. And the winner was actually Jerry Buss. He actually ended up winning the whole thing. And actually ended up winning quite a bit of money on
8 times 5, 40,000. Yeah. Oh, and on the cash game, too.
And on the cash game, too. I think we had seen him lose last week, so he's had pretty good success when he's been on the air with us. So wouldn't be surprised to see him down here again tomorrow.
Plus, he enjoys it. I mean, like I said,
I think
he
a lot of
told
people
me
enjoy
that he's
watching
here.
him, too.
He's here for fun.
Right,
This isn't
absolutely.
what he does. This isn't his profession.
Right.
And he knows that there are better players at the table, but it's his whatever passion.
No problem. 4 players here.
So C1's limping in here with Jack King offsuit. We had talked about this earlier.
Yeah, that's the exact same situation, isn't it?
Well, with Jack King offsuit, what do you do under the gun?
If I'm coming in, I'm coming in raising.
Right. So it's either a question of a muck or a raise.
Yeah.
Normally it's not a limp. Yeah, I tend to agree with you that in the first few positions, there aren't a lot of hands that you want to limp in with, quote unquote. You know what I mean? I mean, you can get away with doing that from up back if a couple people have limped in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
You can limp in kind of with an inferior hand, but
Okay.
rule of thumb, in hold'em, in cash games, and especially in tournaments, is that if you're the first one in the pot, you'd like to bring it in for a raise when possible.
That's my style of play. I'm not saying that's right. Like I said, I mean, everyone has their own different way.
Right.
That works for them. An aggressive style works for me. And I am a very, very aggressive player.
I didn't recognize Shirley. Tomorrow I think we're tied.
And a lot of people think that aggression can only work in no-limit play, but it's just, it's not necessarily the case, and especially when you get up to the higher and the middle limits. If you're a good rammer and jammer, I know, some people that frequent the club a lot that, that take control of the pots and just bet. And, you got to pick a style that works for you. And if you're consistent, it's not necessarily, bad play. I mean, if you can bring in, something like ace-9 offsuit for a raise and you continue to follow up and you outplay the players, you can give up a little bit of pre-flop equity because you can outplay your opponents more after the flop, then fine.
You should see my Omaha play. I mean, we talk about Omaha, but we've never sat down and made a game together. I mean, people that would think certain hands that are just totally unplayable, I'll come in raising. But I have my reasons. I mean, I'm not going to go into detail and educate everybody about the way that I play Omaha. I mean, if we ever had a game on here, then I would be more open to discuss it. But
now, seat 4's got the best hand here with an overpair, pocket 10s. And he's going to raise it up. Seat 8's was leading with his top pair with the ace, thinking it was probably good. Now, seat 5 has got pair who's going to muck it. He had a pair and a gut shot straight draw, Shirley. And seat 8 is going to need to catch a 9
ace
here
or
an ace. Jack's going to come, but it's not going to help. Now the question is,
it actually made the straight.
Exactly, pocket 10s. The straight. Now, did he check it down, Shirley, at the end?
Well,
maybe he didn't.
No, there's chips out there.
Okay.
It had to been.
I was going to say, maybe he didn't notice that he had the straight, because I was thinking that if an overcard came on the river, if he would shut down on the river. But that Jack was a pretty good card for him.
Yeah, I would say so.
He didn't have the nut hand, but he could only really be worried about a queen 10, and since he's holding 2 10s in his hand, chances of that are pretty unlikely.
You want a button change? That's a new button. I did. It's worn out on that side, too.
You can only get new buttons at the half hour.
Okay. This is a different table from the first broadcast, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to see several people in the pot again here.
How they were having problems with people.
No, this isn't the first time. They've done it plenty of times.
Yeah.
6 players.
Now, seat 2 is in the big blind, has picked up a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. And we haven't seen her bet a lot of the time there. And she's going to lead right out.
Raise.
You have seat 9 raising there with, wow, bold raise.
There you go,
pocket
sir.
fours.
Nice
He's got a gut
He's
shot
got-
too, but he's got
I-
third pair though, Shirley.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Look at all these fives.
not even really third pair because anyone could have an over pair.
Right.
Anyone could have tens and queens.
The funny thing about how there's 3 5s in the game, they need to catch a 4. Little do they know that seat 9 holds 2 of the 4s in
Right,
his
and then
hand.
he needs to catch a 5, and
Right.
3 of them are out.
3 of them are out. But she's going to continue to lead. And ace 6 here. Seat 1 has got the best hand. Second pair. And ace 6 folded her here. Seat 5.
Seat 5 raised.
Seat 5 actually had made, he made a straight on the turn. We missed that 5-9. It's got a straight.
And she made her flush, I believe. That's the queen of hearts on the end,
Yep,
right?
yep. She makes the
Yeah.
flush. And then he turns over the straight.
Okay, so now I'm sitting here trying to figure out if she made her flush. Was it checked on the river?
I think it was checked on the river.
She's checked a lot of hands on the river when she's gotten there.
Mm-hmm.
Or not necessarily gotten there. She's a lot of times actually held the best hand. And
Yeah. I mean, there's different ways to think about that. I mean, her flush is not necessarily that high. Then again, the chances that someone else was drawing to the same suit in her flush and completed it are slim. I mean, it's rare enough that someone has a flush in one hand.
Squeaky wheel gets the oil. Pot has been raised.
I see one comment here on 2+2 saying that we think that people know that they're playing bad and don't care. I don't think that we've said anything of the sort, have we?
No,
I honestly
don't
think that any of these players on this table, whether they're playing a hand incorrectly or what, I don't think that they think they're playing it incorrectly. I don't think that they would purposely do that.
You know, the funny thing too, Shirley, is that sometimes when I move up in limits, like normally I play a 20-40, I was telling you how I was playing a 30-60 Omaha, 40-80 Omaha. There are different reasons why people play poker, and sometimes even up at those limits, people are here to have fun and just to gamble it up. And it's kind of dangerous for me, who's trying to make a living at it sometimes, to play with these players, because it's dangerous to be playing with someone that doesn't necessarily care about the money at the limit they're playing, and they're just jamming the pot.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not necessarily that they're...
We've got a 3-bet here. I'm curious to know. We've got seat 2. Okay, ace king.
Ace king. It's not necessarily. I mean, people come to play poker for different reasons. Some people try to make money. Some people just trying to have fun.
Blow off steam or pass some
exactly.
time. Right.
And you definitely do see some gamblers. You just have to adjust to them and watch out for them. Ace king against queen 6 offsuit there, Shirley. The ace flops. And I don't...
Queen 6.
No, queen 6 makes a single call here. I don't know what he's drawn for.
3-4. 3 and then a 4.
And then a king. I can't see him making a call here on the turn. She's got top 2 pair. He's going to lay it down. Okay. Again, this gets back to the point of overall winnings and limit play, and saving bets. There really is absolutely no chance or no reason to call on the flop. That's a kind of a waste.
That was a very strange call. I mean, he could only hit 3-4, queen.
Right.
6-6.
When you're drawing a runner, you're
Queen
in bad
6.
shape.
You're in bad shape, yeah. She's got quite a bit of chips there. She looks like she has 4 or 5 racks, huh?
Yeah, it looks like
so
4
she's
and a
got
half.
4 solid. Yeah, so she's
I don't
got
remember exactly what she started with, but remember
800, 920. Well, that's getting filled up to 160. So she's got 1,060 plus a few chips left over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's 1,060 right there.
Good amount of green chips.
960.
960. Remember, she won a couple big pots with those overpairs that held up that had been capped.
Right.
So those were, that maybe...
Well, the pair, like she had queens or something, there was a king on the flop.
$400 or $500 right there from those 2 hands. So you don't need to play a lot of hands to win a lot of money.
Should I put my
Pocket jacks in seat 1 here.
I get somebody to call.
So this is a poker.
I have an open and straight draw for seat number 5.
That'll just get me in trouble. I don't need to.
So he's staying in. We've got seat 8 with 4-7. We've got 2 pair there.
Almost, yeah.
You couldn't. You got the sound and everything. Couldn't get the
In
play.
seat 1, this is the type of situation. Well, this is the type of situation where an overpot pair, if you see a lot of heat on this type of flop,
that's where you have to step back and
and then you're
rethink
also with jacks too. You're vulnerable to overcards. It's different with aces. But with jacks, I get 3-betted towards that type of flop. I really might muck, and people can call me weak, tight, or not, but I just don't think the chances of jacks holding up when there's a lot of heat on that type of flop are not good. I just don't think so. I don't think, Shirley, but He's gonna.
Well, calling on the end with when there's that much money out there is not that bad.
Not that bad.
It's actually not bad. It's probably a play that I would make. Although with a bet and a raise on the flop, I might read.
I was going to say, would you stay in there? With
I don't know. On the flop, probably not. I mean, there was a lot of action on the flop. You would have to think that your jacks were probably not good.
You could, I mean, there's also something to say about taking one off, calling, and then seeing what comes on the turn, and then reevaluating. But once that overcard comes on the turn, and you can be beaten even more ways, I think that you let it lay down.
I don't mind signing. I don't mind signing it off and paying the mortgage, but I don't like it.
I know that my kids will be fighting it when I go.
Raise it.
I might as well spend it now.
Seat 2 is going to raise. Looks like she's got pocket queens again, Shirley.
And yeah, seat 2 and seat 6 has ace king.
Now seat 6 flat calls out of the big line with ace king.
You like that?
I like it because I think you can disguise your hand. Now look, seat 5 flops trip 7s. If he's still in the hand, is he still in the hand?
I
still
can't
in the
see.
hand. I can see his cards in the whole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He sure has them. Well, his head's blocking it, but yeah, on the little camera down here we can
Now
see.
he leads. Now he didn't re-raise. This is what I'm talking about. Where you disguise your hand. He didn't re-raise, so possibly she would think. Now she's going to raise it up, and she doesn't know that she's beat. But
Well,
she might
she's gonna
think
figure
that
it out
she
here.
might think that ace king would have re-raised out of the big blind. Well, he didn't. He let out. He's got the best hand. Of course, none of them know that 3-7 actually, has the best hand. But just thinking about ace king versus queen queen in that situation, we talk about blind play. He's going to lead out again. Now she could be beat by a 7
where's seat
or
five?
an ace. The reason why I would muck in her situation right now there, too, Shirley, here, is that she could be beat by so many things. Now the guy's going to check raise, obviously, on the turn here, and now I think it's a quick muck for her. But
That's a slight tell there.
because of the fact that he was still in the small blind,
She's going to give it up.
Yeah, I would absolutely giving it up would be the right play. Because of the fact the guy is still in the small blind, you have to take that into consideration as well.
Mhm.
That not only could someone have an ace, but someone could have a 7 too. It's just something to think about. That extra player in the small blind, he could hold any 2 cards. Jimmy's so angry. It looks like he's all in. And he's gonna show 3-7.
She looks frustrated. Oh, don't, please.
Ace king, he throws an ace.
No, I'm just talking about her asking to see the hand. I mean, I really respected her play, and that just drives me nuts when players do that. And she asks to see the hand.
I don't think he was an L. He was an F.
She looks frustrated, and she shouldn't be. I mean, she went in there with the best hand, but she was up against ace king. 7-3 ended up winning the pot. But she made the right laydown. I mean, she lost about the minimum amount she could on there. I mean, she should give herself a pat on the back and said, okay, I didn't lose much.
And I don't necessarily fault her for raising on the flop there either.
No, not at all.
You can't put the guy on an ace. It's tough.
Well, plus,
it's a tough situation.
you want to see where you're at. You want to see if you get re-raised or get some kind of information.
And then he doesn't re-raise, but he leads again on the turn. So my question to you is that would you have re-raised from the big blind with ace king offsuit in that case, that particular case with the small blind calling? I know you say you kind of tend to mix it up in that.
Yeah, the only reason why that I might do that is because if I think that the person in seat 2 has a strong hand like the queens, or I might be in a situation where we could go heads up. If I 3-bet and thought she would 4-bet to get rid of the small blind, I would do it there.
Of course,
but only
that,
to get rid of that
those,
one player.
Of course, the funny thing, because we've watched the broadcast all night, we know that guy's not going anywhere for an extra 2 bets either.
That's true.
So,
yeah.
You might have turned this off, man.
There's nothing wrong with calling a single bet and then having it raised and then having it 3-betted and laying down the hand. I know a lot of people don't. If they call a single bet and it's raised from out back, very, very rare that you would fold to one raise, obviously. But it's definitely proper many times to lay down to 3-bets if you've called 1 bet. You know what I mean? Pre-flop or on the flop. But a lot of times, I mean, people figure they have some money and they have to complete the bet, which is just not the case.
That's a classic case of a small blind. They've got a couple chips in there, so might as well call.
Ooh, seat 7's got ace queen.
Go ahead.
Let's trip queens. And seat 1 leads out with his 8. And seat 7 flat calls. I don't necessarily know. I mean, obviously he's going to try to pump it up on on the turn here.
I think that's a good flat call, especially he has the ace of spades. So I think it's a great flat
Yeah,
call.
because of the
And
ace
now
of
he can
spades,
raise.
I think the ace of spades mean, you know,
Oh,
get a
no,
figure
right there.
that someone isn't necessarily on,
I'm
you know,
sorry,
on a
you just
flush
meant-
draw.
No.
So again, we're here live at the bike. It's the 8-16 Hold'em game. All these chips are $2 chips. It's a 4-8 chip game.
This game has been, I'm sure, been playing quite a bit bigger than the other game that you did
It's-
last Wednesday,
oh,
right?
God, yes.
Yeah. This is a 4-8 chip structure. When we talk about that, we talk about the fact that the first 2 rounds of betting are 4 chips, and that the turn and the river are 8 chips. And usually, this type of structure, a 4-8 structure, is going to result in the largest amount of chips in a pot. Sometimes, on rare occasions, you see places spread 5-10 chip structured games. But
Really?
we
I don't think I've seen that.
We don't have that here at the bike. I know of a couple places in town that have certain games that are 5-10, but this is our largest chip structured game. And usually it results in a lot of action, a lot of chips in the pot.
Pot's raised.
We have a new player, Sammy, in seat 6.
You're already in the blind.
Sammy actually looks familiar.
I know,
Let me
I'm
see,
Oh, wait a minute.
he has sunglasses on.
Sammy just...
I
One light,
believe.
George.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
was
no,
there a
no,
race
no,
to him?
no.
I was going to say, I think
3 bets.
Sammy might have mucked his hand without a race, but there was a race to him when
Yeah.
he posted.
Oh, yeah, he's familiar.
Now, somebody 3-betted here. It looked like seat
Oh, you've got a weak hand.
7 with pocket 7s.
Okay, 4
Now,
players.
the only time I would 3-bet with a pair like that is there was one raiser in front of me, usually a late position raiser, Shirley, and I'm on the button and I want to isolate the guy. Not with multi-way action. I'm not going to 3-bet.
not really thrilled.
Because remember, I
at
said
the
you don't
move.
get your odds, of flopping a set. Funny enough, pocket 7s still has the best hand here.
Yeah, I'm not fond of those.
And 9-jack
middle,
is betting
middle
right.
pocket pairs.
Well,
Playing
that's
it
what I
for
said. Just that one
3 bets,
case.
it's bad.
And look at this 9-jack catches it on the river. Catches the pair on the river.
On the river you got.
On the river you got to be, he said.
I knew it was coming.
On the river you got.
I knew it was coming.
Like I said, that type of 3-bet with a mid-pocket pair, and usually I won't do it with anything lower than 7s, is the type of move I make to buy myself the button, to isolate a late position raiser, or to isolate someone who's a very, very loose player who raises, with starting hand requirements aren't as great as mine. And I can get heads up with them, and I have a pair, and I have position on them, and usually I have the lead. But to do it with a few limpers in there, some would say, well, you try to drive the other people out of the pot, with 3 bets after they've called 1 bet. And, in a 20 game, that might work. But we've seen these people call for 1 bet, and 3-betting them isn't going to drive them out of the pot
Let me take it
pre-flop.
back. I called you.
I don't really like that 3-bet with pocket 7s in that particular case.
I only call wardens and turnkeys. So.
I don't like to win. I gotta try this.
Six players.
Check.
Go.
Welcome.
You got the 3 spades right there.
So it looks like we got... Looks like the King 6 is the best hand right now.
Check.
Excuse me, 2-5. Deuce 5 with 2 pairs is gonna...
5 deuce.
Is gonna win the pot here.
Thank you.
There's a hitch in your giddy up. You lost the hand.
Sorry, we were involved with reading the 2+2 threads during that hand as Shirley intently scrolls down the page.
Yeah, I missed that one. 'Cause they're asking me why I'm not going to talk about my Omaha fight. That's my secret. That's my best game. And like I said, if we were playing Omaha here, or they were playing Omaha here, I would be happy to share, what do or my thoughts on the hands that they're playing.
And the thing was that the first few nights that we broadcast, I remember we tried to broadcast
We
a
tried
large
to do
mixed
it,
game.
yes.
It's just the whole cameras, they can't pick up
All
the
4
cards. Plus we have someone manually inputting the card, you know,
Right, it wasn't fast
the,
enough.
card graphics on the screen, so. I mean, it's difficult enough for a producer, Evelyn, to do 2 cards. To try to do 4 cards would be, next to impossible. So I think sticking to Hold'em is the best.
Well, yeah. It would be nice to actually watch Omaha here, and I'm sure that you would agree with me on that.
Yeah, I will. C5's got not flush draw with a couple overcards here.
3 players.
But seat 6 has flopped set of 9s. And remember what we talked about, Shirley? I don't think he raised. He flat called seat 5's bet, waiting to raise him now, but we had talked about that
the
before.
Coordinated
that's
board there.
Not good. It's really not a good play. He should have popped it on the flop.
Well, I don't mind the check raise there, with the set, but on a coordinated
right.
board like that with 2 spades and a possible.
It wasn't a check raise. Well, now he's made 9s full of 7s. Seat 5 had led out with a couple of overcards in the spade draw. He had several people to act, and he just flat called with the 9s.
Okay.
That's what we had talked about. That's really not, the best play. I think that you should raise there on the flop. You want to get gut shots out. You want to get someone who has a 10 in their hand to muck. Drawing for an 8.
For the 8.
Right, so. He ended up winning more money in the long run that way, but I still think the best move is to raise there on the flop.
Oh, we got a professional coming in.
And looks like the new player in seat 4 is Jennifer.
We've seen Jennifer. She's played the no limit. She was here on the 200 no limit.
I think she was sitting at my table when I played one time.
Okay, well then she's played on here a few times. When she played in the one game that I evaluated, she played very tight.
I think that was the one that I think I was sitting a couple seats over from her, and I had mucked ace queen offsuit because I saw that she was going to raise.
Oh,
next
okay,
to me.
I remember you playing in that game. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Because you were in first position.
Under the gun.
And
I was going to live with the ace queen offsuit, but then she acted out
of turn and raised. Yes.
And raised, so I just decided to muck it.
2 total. All right. I don't drink very often.
Top 2 pair, seat 1.
Don't show your cards.
Are you never a fan of showing your cards?
I do once in a while, but I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but I'm really trying not to do it.
Thursday is the white shift.
You just think that you're giving way too much free information.
You don't need to give that information. Like I said, there's already so much information at the table that you can give or receive, and people can get all kinds of information from me. I certainly don't need to give them any additional information. So on rare occasions I will, but
Jen, you want in?
I'm really trying not to.
Well, sometimes people who are unfamiliar with your play actually make a call on the river when they know they're beat just to try to gain information from what your hand is.
Mm-hmm.
So why give it away for free, right? If you can make an extra bet off of
if
it,
you can get a little bit of money for it.
Right.
Sure.
Sometimes I'll show my hand just to show that I had a good hand. That maybe it will allow me to bluff somebody out later on.
Later on. I agree with you somewhat on there. I mean, I have heard people say I only show a bluff, but I don't necessarily, like to do that.
That's funny because I know some other players that only show bluffs.
Right,
They
that's what I'm
never show
saying.
their cards, and the funny thing is that on a weekend night when other people are playing with them that aren't familiar with them, they'll show bluffs, and I'll just start laughing because they never show their cards. But they bet out to a rag flop and they have ace high or something like that, which might even be the best hand at the time. But it just,
there are a couple players that can get away with it. I believe that Daniel Negreanu can get away with it. He does it a lot. He shows his hand a lot, but he's one of the few players that can give any kind of player any kind of information and still will end up using it against them later on. But there's not many players like that.
So it looks like 6-9's got the best hand here. Sure. Seat 7 continues to add to his chip stack.
Thank you, George.
And we saw someone was in that hand with a Jack 7 suited, and just for those of you that joined us late, Shirley and I had talked about what hands you want to play pre-flop and limit hold'em, and usually the best hands are high-ranking cards that are suited. You don't want to play low-suited connectors like you can in no limit and try to get in for them cheap, because the implied odds in this game are nowhere near what they are in no limit, because you're capped by the amount that you can bet on each betting round.
Now in no limit, they're my favorite hands to play.
Right.
Honestly, I mean, and it's not.
If you can get in for them, relatively
cheap.
Relatively inexpensive. I'm talking about the low ones.
No, I see. I think that's not where you make the most implied odds. I think that if it's limp, and you call limp with a suited connector, you're not going to gain a lot of value. I think that when you think someone has a huge hand like aces and they raise to, in a 3-5 lane and they raise to 25,
right,
and you have a huge stack and they have a huge stack, you're each $500 to $1,000 deep. That's the time when you're supposed to come in, for the 25, not to get in real cheap, but
kind of similar to a
to
hand like with
really hammer a huge hand,
or similar to a hand with like a low pocket pair. If you think that their chip stack dictates for you to call, you can bust them out, right?
Right.
You can do it.
And you want to do that with people that have really huge hands that aren't going to be able to get away from it. You don't want to really go with those suited connectors against people that are just limping into pots, because you're not going to gain a lot of value from it.
Unless for somehow you hit your hand and they hit their hand.
Yeah. I mean, this is.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Right.
Of course, it's not absolute. Nothing in poker is absolute, but generally speaking.
Which is why we talk about how to keep close attention to chip stack and no limit and a no limit cash game. Where you wouldn't necessarily call someone who brought a raise in for $25 if you have 800 in front of you and they only have 70 more with a suited connector.
Absolutely not.
But
it's
you want to do that
it.
with a deep chip stack.
If you have a lot of chips and they have a lot of chips, I mean, it works vice versa. If you only have like $100 in front of you and you have to call $25 of it, absolutely not.
I don't want to do that. You got a camera and microphone listening to you.
Don't sing.
I'll do it.
Sing?
So it's the implied odds that if you hit your hand, if you hit your two pair, if you happen to flop trips, if you
something
happen to
something huge.
flop
you
a
happen
huge
to
draw, flop a flush, flop a straight.
flop a straight, right? And I mean, we've seen it, and I'm sure that you've seen it even at the levels that you play. That a lot of players aren't capable of laying down huge hands. I mean, big hands like they get married to those pocket aces. Even if the board's coordinated, even if there's flush out there, a lot of times you will get that call, and that's why it's so important to make sure that they have a lot of chips, because you can just take them all if you hit something perfect.
King 3 here is betting into a flush draw. Now, seat 7 here, looked like he called with 7-8 of spades. A little bit, maybe he was thinking that seat 6 would check into him on the turn, and then he would bet and be able to maybe bluff him out of the pot if he busted out on his draw, seat 6. But
or he saw something wrong.
I don't know exactly. I don't quite understand that call.
Yeah. Maybe he saw something that wasn't there.
I mean, sometimes a super fancy play, and I wouldn't recommend it, is if you think that a guy's betting into a draw, maybe he calls one time there in the anticipation that the guy checks, like I said, on the turn. You bet, he calls.
And then you bet. And then
on the river, if it gets busted
get
out, you bet him out. I mean, possibly, but that's thinking, several steps ahead. I don't know if that's what he was thinking in that situation.
You guys take care of each other?
Because a lot of people like to bet into draws with an ace out there, because an ace is such a scary card. It's sometimes difficult for somebody to call who doesn't have an ace with no draw, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if you've got, the upper end of a straight, an open-ended straight with an ace out there, you bet into it, or a flush draw like that guy had with an ace out there, you can bet into it. Because you get a lot of people to lay down second best hands, like second pairs and things like that. Scared of the ace.
Check.
Seat 6 is...
looks like the 10 queen was the best hand so far.
Seat 3 does have a few overcards that have got shot straight draw.
One of the overcards there, the queen was with the queen 10.
It's taken by...
and then that's exactly what happened.
Of course, he's not going to know that, though, so let's see how he plays it. Let's see if he leads right out here, or if he tries to do something fancy. No, he's going to check and call. I mean, that's, I kind of kind of like that play a little bit. I think I may have let out there, Shirley, but ace queen isn't really that safe with that type of board.
Well, now he has the best hand.
He has the best hand, but again, he can't necessarily put a lot of pressure on that board because the king is a straight, obviously. Right? You know? Ace queen with a queen 10 jack board. Obviously, ace queen is a good hand with that type of board, but you can be beaten by a lot of different things.
Well, yeah, I mean, someone only needs a king in their hand.
Well, I mean, even before the ace king. I mean, there are several ways to be beaten by two pair, queen jack, jack 10, something like that. You know, different styles of.
Hey, you want to buy a George?
That might do something for the ratings, though.
Again, you have to kind of look backwards and figure, well, the guy bet on. Well, he was betting on second pair with his queen 10, and then the queen came, and I had ace queen. Well, is there a possibility that someone, if he bets again, could have, you know, again, queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, and he had queen 10.
Okay, let's do it blind.
Raise. 4 chips all in.
4 chips all in from the button.
2, 4.
Now, I haven't seen his hand, and I'm curious to know what it is, because a lot of times,
Pocket
like I
nines.
said, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying that, you know, you get short chipped, and a lot of times you'll call a hand that you wouldn't normally call with, but nines is great.
Well, it is,
Great
but
hand
you know
is-
the bad thing about it though is if he flops a set here, he's not going to be able to extract
Getting any
extra
value.
money, right?
Right.
You know. So the only hope is that his nines hold up throughout the hand right now, which we can see it's not really going to
Well, it's
happen.
not only, you know, I mean, not only flopping a set, but you flop a, you know, 8 high board, and you need to protect it.
You can't.
You can't.
You can't raise
Right.
it. You have no more chips left.
3 players left on the side pot.
So that's probably a hand that I, you know, I mean, it's a good hand to have on the button, but it's not going to be a hand that I want to go all in with short-handed.
No.
Bucket nines.
No.
It's vulnerable to a lot of things.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Queen. Let's do it. Good luck. Thank you, man. Thanks for playing.
All right, what's that? 3 players in seat 9 that we've lost?
Now, she did something with her chips. Yeah, I think she colored up. Maybe, see if you could see her player's card right there.
I believe on her player's card she has
It's got
4
some
white
chips there,
chips.
$100 chips. So sometimes you're talking about a player coloring
Those
up.
are $100
Right.
chips. It looks like she might have more than 4.
One.
She's got
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there one
She's
on the
got
bottom?
there's one, yeah, one on the bottom.
So 6 white chips, and then looks like approaching another 400 in greens. About
So-
1,000. That's a lot of money in this game, Shirley.
It is a lot of money. I don't remember what she bought in for, but I think it was somewhere in the 2 rack range, right?
400. So to be up
400.
600 in an 8-16 game is...
But I think that sounds about right. I mean, the players have definitely been getting, you know, a lot of action, and she's been one of the more solid players and getting value besides checking down on the river. But
one of the
she's gotten a lot of value from her.
One of the more frustrating things is to be a solid player, you know, or to be playing the way she's playing, which is pretty tight, solid, and then to play, you know, only a certain number of hands, but to never hit your hands. I mean, she's been, you know, obviously she's been playing well, but she's been lucky that her hands have been holding up.
Yeah.
King, queen, the queens with the king coming.
We have to give her credit. She's
absolutely.
not. I don't think she's being, you know, totally tight. I think she's being, you know, aggressive in protecting her hands. You know, she's 3-betting them, and that's part of the reason why she, you know, her hands are holding up. Right? I mean, there was that one pot with exception when there were 5 people in the pot, and there was a king on the board, and her queens actually held up. But she's been doing everything that she can to protect her hands. So that is a lot of the reason why they are holding up.
Just one of the frustrating things about limit play is that, you know, sometimes you can play tight solid and just, you know, just like any other game, you never hit your hand, and you can lose as much as she's won playing solid if you pick up a lot of premium hands, Shirley, and end up getting sucked out and getting beaten by a lot. Like I said, this can be a game of vicious swings sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So you move over here now?
Yeah, I like the no limit.
No, but before, remember, you used to come like...
Yeah, I used to. All the time.
Your job is over here now?
Yeah, I work right up the street.
Seat 5's got an ace queen suited, and look at the seat 2's got an ace king
So C5 raised, like we said. I mean, he's played a lot of hands for a limp. He actually raised his hand. Did C2 3-bet? I don't think she did.
I don't think so. Which, there's different ways. I mean, she would.
Well, she's been playing she's been 3-betting her hands to protect her hand.
Right.
And to isolate. But with
and
two
that's
callers,
not gonna happen,
it wasn't going to happen. So I agree with just calling with the ace-king.
And she's going to lay down ace-king for one bet there. The board is it is a rainbow flop. There are some straight draws out there. I think I might have taken one off in that case, though, Shirley. 7, 8, 9, 10 is an open-ended straight draw. Now the ace-queen picks up the top pair on the turn. I don't know what. I don't think is ace-deuce still in the hand here?
Both sides of it.
There's.
Or a jack, you put the queen and a 5.
I don't think ace-2 is still, so 9, 10 and flop open-ended straight draw.
I'll be home at 10:30.
He went out on the round before.
Why call you?
Okay.
Still awake, no?
So at times even with ace-king, even that there were 2 raises and she was on the button, you have to look at the texture of the flop and just try to figure out if it's worth taking one off in whatever situation that you have.
I don't disagree with her fold there. I mean, I see your point too of calling one off, and I might have done the same thing, but I definitely don't disagree with her. I mean, she had 3 opponents in there, and 2 of them called 2 bets cold, right? Because seat 3 had raised, and seat 7 and 8, or 6 and 7 had both called 2 bets.
I think if she sees this telecast, though, when we start to archive the show, she's probably going to have.
I believe is it working? The archive?
I hear it's going to happen soon.
Within a couple days.
A couple days, okay. You're going to be able to go on the site and look at some old broadcasts. So that'll be a lot of fun if someone wants to come down here and play and then watch themselves.
Then evaluate all the hands. Listen to what we have to say about them. That's kind of scary.
It's funny. I had a couple of my friends in from Boston a couple Saturdays ago.
Oh, I forgot to talk to you about that. One of the guys reads my website.
One of the guys actually mentioned you to me, and I told him that you
Carlos, right?
Carlos.
Yeah, he just sent me an email and told me to tell you hi and thanks, and he had fun.
And I was hammering them, too, because they were playing like ridiculous.
Were they?
Yeah.
Were they? Yeah, because...
My buddy Albert, he called a couple of bets. Some guy flopped a set of 5s and just was calling with ace-8 and caught a runner, gut shot. Straight draw, and just busted this guy for a couple $100 with these ridiculous calls. So I was giving them a lot of flack. So it's no holds barred here.
Right? No, I understand. I'm just looking for it in the reverse. You understand?
I didn't ask if you were sure if they had 5 instructions. This is retarded.
Oh, don't say that.
It is retarded. I didn't ask that.
Pocket aces for seat 1.
I know that we do not have the 5. We have a 5-10 game here, but not a 5-chip, 10-chip game here.
It's funny because in pocket queens, we're going to see pocket aces and
pocket aces and queens. And we have 4s and seat 3,
and it's going to be heads up.
Folded. Okay, good.
So if we see a ragged flop here, we're going to see a lot of bets here. But the ace comes. I feel so bad sometimes when this happens. And the ace is going to check. So let's see if a queen tries to throw in a bet here.
And seat 1 just calls there.
I was going to say, this is an expert play waiting to raise till the river.
Yeah. Well, in this situation, you have to. It doesn't coordinate at all.
Right, because if you pop up on the turn, you might lose the guy, but you're going to gain an extra bet here. And you might even get a call from the guy. No.
Yeah,
he is going to call. So
if he knew that it was coming, that's not a great call.
Yeah. He's going to call it. So.
What happened?
I love that play. We talk about sometimes when you have the goods on the turn and you don't think there are a lot of cards that are going to beat you, wait until the river to raise. We saw that in the 400-800 game last week where someone had flopped 3 jacks and Toto had pocket aces. Check raised the person with jacks. She flat called him on the turn, popped him on the river, and Toto laid down, meaning that he probably, if she had popped him on the turn, would have laid down on the turn. So she gained an extra bet. So that's a really advanced play, and I like that play a lot. But anyways, I was actually talking to some people because we have a 10-20 game here, and even though we don't have a 5-10 chip structure here, I've seen it in some places, and I've recommended, and I don't know if it's going to happen, to possibly change the 10-20 game to a green chip game and move it to a 5 10 structure, because a lot of times this 8-16 game plays bigger than the 10-20 game.
Oh, without a doubt.
Because we're using the
Because I've
yellow
played in
chips
both of them.
and those 2-4 structure.
Yes.
You know, so
I've played in both
the
of
pot
them.
looks so small, you know. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Race. Call, please.
King 10's got the best hand here.
Race.
And I like that play. It's good, straightforward play. You know, guy leads at you. So I think he might have been, if he was the original pre-flop raiser or not, but you got a guy behind you on the button. And here's the situation too, Shirley, where I wouldn't check raise either. If I think someone's on a diamond draw, why would you want to try to give him a free card here as well? The guy with King 10. Now we know that seat 5. I don't know what he's calling with the 5, King 5.
Oh
So,
Lord!
but King comes, it's going to be.
It's hard for
you know, it's.
It was hard for me to even see he was in the hand because of his head there, but if I look up on the screen, I can see the King 5.
Wait a minute. Why was that check down on the river? Why did King 10 check that down on the river? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Well, I mean,
maybe he was afraid of 10-9. I mean, you would think that someone with a trip 10s would raise him up on the turn, so
yeah, you would expect,
that one's a little bit
him
baffled.
to put some kind of bet there, but maybe he just didn't even think it would be worth it. Maybe he didn't think that, like we pointed out, he was going to get any kind of call for.
But we know that the guy, if he was calling with a 5 all the way, he would have got a value call there at the end with the 5. And of course, we haven't even seen Jennifer play a hand yet, as usual. Seat 4. And we can just see, I'm looking at her whole card in seat 4, she's got 8-7 rag offsuit. And of course, we're going to see her muck that very quickly, unlike some of the other players that we've seen on the table. Seat 1's got a big slick suited, bringing that hand in for a raise. Nothing like flopping a king when you have ace king, right, Shirley?
Yes.
9-10, second pair. Ace jack has got a gut shot.
So they're all in there.
Oof,
the 9-10's
got two pairs now. And he's going to lead right out.
And see, 8 now has picked up a spade draw, too. He's got to ask himself if that jack's going to be good if it does get there. Okay, so he's still calling. Wow.
And ace king is really the one that's kind of drawing slim here. And blank is going to not help anybody. 9-10 bets. Really, really difficult to lay down ace king. I mean, I know the guy's probably representing a flush. At least, you know.
What do you think I have?
No.
I don't know. That's
One
why I
pair,
asked.
you know, at least
It's been a while
probably better
since we
than
had
one
played
pair.
either.
But
I had ace jack too with ace of spades.
now, if that turn card was something else besides a spade to give that guy 2 pairs, I think a check raise would have been in order there on the turn.
With maybe, the 9-10.
Yeah, well, but maybe he thought that the guy was.
Well,
going to
you know
check
what? I don't know.
behind.
I don't. Because we have the last person to act there
was the one with
Eric,
ace king.
Was with the one with ace king.
King.
So if you do the check raise, you're going to get the player to your left out.
Mm-hmm.
If you lead out and then the player to your left calls, and then the other guy raises, and then you call, the other guy would probably call.
So you think
know
he
what
was,
I mean?
you
So
think he
you
was
would get
maybe
an
looking
extra.
for a raise?
You would
there?
get an extra 2 bets there.
So you think maybe he was looking for a raise? If that spade hadn't come, it would have been better to lead out, try to get a raise
lead
from
out,
that guy, and then get a 3-bet.
Well, because you get the player in the, you get a player caught in the middle.
Right.
If it was heads up, absolutely a check raise.
Yeah.
But because you can get a player caught in the middle, it's called what? Cooperative betting.
I mean, cooperative betting. Of course, we see that a lot between the highs and the lows.
In the Omaha.
But the other school of thinking, though, too, is that you don't. I understand that you don't. You know, usually you would welcome calls, ridiculous calls with gut shot straights like that, but you might want to try to squeeze that guy out, though, too.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? A check raise would get that guy out. Well, fine, you don't get a bet from him.
Yeah,
but,
well,
but
if-
then when the
if you
queen
have the
comes on
spade
the
draw,
river,
yes.
you're not going to lose.
Yeah, if you
know?
have the spade
Yeah.
draw, then absolutely you want to check raise him out of there. But yeah, that's the one thing like in Omaha when you see, it's you see one player making the betting there, and you just made your nut low, and he's the one right in front of you or whatever. You don't want to raise to make the other people, fold because of the two bets.
Right.
You just want a flat call, or you want to do get players caught in the middle of it.
Also, if you've made a nut low and you don't think you're going to share it and you're up front, and the guy's been betting all the way second act, let him bet, let a bunch of other people call, and then check raise.
And then you raise, right.
Yeah. So we see cooperative betting a lot in in the split pop games. Not so much in Hold'em when everyone's going for one.
Right.
one.
Yeah, I guess it's not really called cooperative betting, huh?
Right.
Not in Hold'em. But gaining the maximum bets.
Right.
But then again, we can see their whole cards. So I knew he didn't have the spade draw.
Raise. Three raise, three bets.
Okay.
Seat 9's got 5 jack of spades. Or seat 8, excuse me. We can't see exactly what seat 8 has.
Hit off somebody's hand.
He's got a king.
I cannot make 4 kings no more. How many players?
I saw one king flash, Shirley.
Yeah, it looked like a red king, right?
Yeah. Maybe he's got pocket kings, maybe ace king.
Well, he has it in his hand.
Throw it away, man. I swear.
Okay, he's showing him face up. Oh, she scooped him. Man, that deal was fast.
I would assume it was pocket king.
That was my guess too. I don't think we've seen this dealer on Live at the Bike. Not on the nights that I've worked on Wednesdays.
I'm not sure. Of course, they wear special shirts when we get a good look at our green $2 bicycle chips. That's probably the most common chip used in all of the poker room because, obviously the lower limit games are, there's so many more of them than higher limit games. And, on any given day there could be as many as 6, 7, 6, 12 tables where they use the $2 chips. And
Yeah, but there's a lot of the dollar chips down there, too.
Yeah,
Remember
that's
the
right.
3-6
Yeah.
and 4-8 and the 1-2, so...
If I want to play good,
Raise.
If I want to play good, I'm just burning money. If I want to play good, I can stay here all
Three
night.
raise, three
Take a
bets.
penny up.
And seat 8's got a 5-3 offsuit, but now seat 9's the one that picked up pocket kings, and seat 5's got pocket queens, Shirley.
Four bets.
So... Okay.
So...
And seat 8's still in there with 3-5.
3-5 offsuit, amazing.
4 bets.
Amazing. See if an ace comes up. It's going to slow the action down again. But seat 9's flopped a set. But it's going to kind of scary for... we're going to assume that
Well, the
C5, the
pocket-
way that he's played, is going to call all the way down with pocket queens.
But he's not going to get too tricky here. I mean, there's the ace and the king overcard there, but I would imagine that he is going to call all the way
Probably
down.
all the way down. Yeah.
Watch this, another one's gone.
Again, it's just... It's a shame sometimes when you see... Shirley, we had watched... oh, wait a minute. Are we seeing...
Okay, choke, please.
I think Queens let out on the river there, Shirley, and Kings raised them up on the river. And that was not a good bet. If Queens let out in the river there, I don't understand that bet either. But, it's funny. There was a gentleman named Michael Davis. It's a frequent 2+2 poster on the threads, and he had played in our 200 game on Saturday. And I felt so bad for him sometimes because he was playing so tight, and you just happen to see it time and time again. He brought a raise in with pocket aces. Excuse me, a guy with pocket kings to the right of him raised. He re-raised, and the guy with pocket kings cold called, thinking that he was going to trap Michael to the left of him. And I was thinking that Michael was going to get his entire chip stack. But an ace flops, and it just kills all the action.
Right,
because,
yeah.
What can you do? I mean, I was reading about some of the ways he said he could have played that hand. He could have tried to get tricky and maybe checked it, but that kind of seems a little bit fishy too when an ace comes and you check behind it. I don't necessarily fault his play on that time. I just thought it was a shame because, you got aces and you got kings. You got kings right where you want them. Hopefully you get all undercards and hopefully you get all his chips. Hopefully on the flop. But the fact that the ace comes...
Right, it's the action killer.
That's the one time you don't want to flop a set.
Somebody might have... Let me protect you, man. You and me now.
You can't go through the
What do you
small
want to
towns
do?
in the little streets with cows.
Okay, I check. Got straight. Yeah.
I could probably have one too.
Queen 7 and King 7. Not that he needed to get there. King high was good.
Yeah, that's straight. All right.
Yeah, with a king, man.
Almost. I got 2 pairs, man. 2 pairs.
He's not like good.
We're rolling into our last 15 minutes of the broadcast here. We've seen kind of a mix of play and styles here.
Yeah.
It's been pretty interesting. I mean, again, this is our first time we've done this game.
This game, and we've seen some players, a couple of the players play very, very well. Well, can I say a few? Probably not a few.
A couple.
That played very, very well, and we've seen some that are, give up a lot of action, and it's actually been a nice variety. Definitely more fun to talk about than last week.
Well, it's just kind of brutal, and when you get a tight, weak, no limit cash game, it's really brutal. Especially if you aren't seeing a lot of hands, good hands before the flop. But again, I think just that one particular broadcast was really the only slow night that we've had on all our broadcasts.
Yeah, I think so.
Not much of anything. I'm looking at the hole cards here.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
I don't even know if anyone. No one's got a jack. Oh, someone's got a jack. C2's got 8 jack.
That's the only pair out there.
And from the button, she's going to bet on her second pair. That's, I think that's a pretty good move. Why check it? If you can bet it and knock people out, you have second pair. You wouldn't think that someone would. I mean, there's a possibility someone could be checking a weak queen from up front, but now that's probably going to slow her down a bit. Well, no, it doesn't.
No, well, she's on the button. I think that's the right bet too.
Well, if it was checked to her,
it's right here. She will check, I'm sure.
I'm sure she's going to check, especially when the king comes out.
Yeah.
Look, he's going to take a stab at it. Wow.
All right.
A total bluff. Well, not a bluff.
Girl,
He's got a 10.
Come on, you got to call. Let's see if she does it.
But a 9 or an 8. She's going to lay it down. That's a great bet on the river there by 8-10, though. Shirley. I mean, we can debate if she should have called there or not, but that's a great bet.
It was a great bet.
So difficult to call there with 3 spades. Maybe he was kind of sandbagging a nut flush. Didn't check raise the turn, but now you've got another overcard there. You got a straight out.
You've got
there.
4 cards that make straight. I mean, they only needed an ace or a 9, but I still. What was that you were talking about earlier? I mean, you only have to be right with that pot like 1 out of 10 times.
Right. For it to make
it worth it. Right. I think a call. She should have called.
Gets back to what we talk about, game theory. You're right. If you allow him to bluff at you 1 out of 10 times or whatever the pot was laying for odds, then mathematically she's let something happen that is a negative expectation.
Made it profitable for him.
Right. But if you put her on a queen or a jack with none of those straight cards, I think it was a great bet.
It was a great bet.
Now she's picked up pocket kings.
She's got most of my money. She's laughing all the way to the bank, so it doesn't matter. She got most of my money.
Seat 5 is cold call with 7 deuce offsuit. He is in the big blind, though. And he called the flop, Shirley. And he's picked up a pair on the turn. So you might think he's going to call again here on the turn. And he is. And what a brutal beat this is going to be if he picks up a pair.
If
picks
he
up 2 pairs.
A deuce
or a 7. Let's see. Oh.
No.
And the diamond's going to shut her down again, too, on the river.
If I don't show that hand, she still would have seen it on the internet.
Wow. To call a 7-2 offsuit with a 5-6 diamond, 10 heart flop against a solid razor is going to take some guts on the flop there.
I haven't won a decent hand.
Every
hand that I won has been flop.
That's what I call it. You can call it some other things too.
Call it what you'd like.
Sure, a 2+2 or so, huh? Your own version of what they'd like to call that. But it's just so funny because, it's not out of the realm of possibility. We've seen those types of calls at the 400, 800 level, and we've seen them hit their 2 pair on the river and trips on the river. That was just...
But see, I think that a lot of times in the 400, 800 level, I mean, unless I'm giving them more credit, but I really don't think I am, that they're calling not because they think their hand is good, but because they're going to make some tricky move later on down the line where they're going to pick up the pot. So then it makes it all, then it makes it right.
Right.
Thank you. Why does
Look at that. Seat 5 is in the pot with
Have you
6,
seen that movie?
9 offsuit.
Have you seen that
King,
movie?
queen, offsuit, and ace king.
Okay, no, I know.
Here we have an open and straight draw. And it looks like nothing else, right?
Well, seat 5's got a gut shot straight draw. 7.
Right, but I don't think anyone has a pair. Let's see. No,
A 7, of course, would make him straight, but seat 1 would have a higher straight if the 7 comes. And still, we're looking at no pair here. Ace king is the best hand.
Yeah.
And it's going to get checked around again.
And nobody still makes a
And now
pair.
see if someone takes a shot at the pot here, or they're just going to let ace king take it down. Ace kings don't take it down.
Thank you very much.
Yes, he says thank you very much, because I'm sure he would have folded there. I would think.
Send the camera. Send the camera. Thank you very much.
By the way, keep your emails and cards coming at live@thebike.com. We're very appreciative when you send us comments and suggestions and how you feel about the show and
what kind of games to put up here.
What kind of games, you think something could help us, technically or in the commentary. We're always, again, this broadcast is only about 3 or 4 weeks old now, so we're
right, and we're all learning.
Yeah, we're still kind of in our test period, so any type of constructive criticism is always welcome.
Doesn't necessarily want to listen. You tell me to candy coat it. Sorry, can't do it. I actually, the first day that this had started, I was doing a show with an online poker site, and it's going to be a show on television. And I was doing the commentating for that. And there were Hawaiian Tropic girls, and they were just absolutely horrible. Beautiful girls, but absolutely horrible at poker. I was just kept saying, oh, she should have raised in the spot, and I just kept on, and then
was
we
this
walked
a strip
out.
Poker game?
It wasn't. No, it wasn't a strip poker game, but and then when we took a break, they said, "Come on, can't you take it easy?" I said, "It's not my style."
You were ragging
they said,
on the Hawaiian
I was
Tropic girls?
well, not ragging on. I mean, they were beautiful women, but ragging on the way that
on
they
their
played.
poker
Of
play,
course, of course. I can't.
Us men were so concerned about their poker play. It was on television too.
Yeah,
right?
the show is
we were
definitely
real
not,
concerned about their poker play.
No, yeah. Even poker players aren't going to be caring about their poker. But they actually told me to take it easy on them. I'm like, okay, I'll go in there and try. And then I'm like, you know what? I got to go. So I ended up leaving. And I ended up kind of quitting on the spot. It was
really? Was that bad? Yeah.
Well, it was mixed communication. It was an ESPN announcer, which I don't know if I should mention their names. And then Mark Safe, who is one of my best friends.
Yeah.
It was the three of us in there. It was a last-minute decision to put me in there. And the other person had only thought that there was going to be two and was saying it was harder to feed off of 3 people. And I said, you know what? I can't be honest. He wants to work with 2 people. I'm out of here.
Fine, yeah.
So then I came over here, and then they caught me, at the front door. Okay, are you ready to do this? And I said, yeah. And I started talking, and they said, oh, and, we welcome you to be honest here. No holds barred. I'm like, okay. It's right up my alley.
Oh, look at this. Seat 5's got pocket aces this time.
He has a hand.
He's got a hand. And Seat 8's got, looks like Queen Jack offsuit calling from the small blind.
And actually hit the queen, so the aces will get a little bit of...
Gonna get some action.
Get some action.
Get out, man.
Check and a call, it looks like. And the club comes, and this is going to give Queen Jack some additional outs. And unbelievably, the ace checks behind the guy.
Good hand.
And it's checked down
and
on the river.
And it checked again.
Wow, it's checked down on the river. He's got the ace of clubs in his hand, too, Shirley.
I know. I didn't like that check at all.
I was going to say the 8 could have won there if he caught a 10 on the river. But actually, it's funny. I gave my buddy Carlos, who we were talking about earlier, a lot of flack for a hand where he had flopped a set of 4s. And he was in back position. He wasn't on the button, but he was last to act. He had bought, the button, flopped a set of 4s, put in a nice pot size bet, on the flop. Then the turn comes and it makes it 3 diamonds on the board, and he checks behind the guys. They didn't have flushes, but the river card brings a diamond, so there's 4 diamonds on the board. So someone has a flush.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, Carlos, what are you doing, buddy? That was. he cost himself about $200 or $300. I mean, I was telling Denny at the time, you can't play scared poker like that. He told me after the show, well, I put the guys on a flush draw. I didn't want to bet in, but I was like, come on, Carlos. I mean, you can't. I mean, you got to make the bet, and then if they check raise you,
you
I got
have to protect your hand. But you also have to go with your reads. I mean, if that's what his read was, you've got to do what you think. I mean, if you base and play your hand from the get-go, thinking that they have a certain hand, and then when it gets there,
right,
you have to follow through with it.
King Queen suited. Looks like pocket jacks in seat 8.
And we have seat 5 and 6 in there with deuce 8 and deuce 9.
Now the question, Shirley, is does deuce 8 call the flop pair with deuce 8? Seat 5, excuse me, with deuce 8.
Oh, he got me.
It's been raised.
Check raise,
so that would be a
maybe,
no.
Maybe that will be a no.
And deuce 9, no. Or deuce 9, actually, okay, he does have cards.
No, seat 3 threw a check raise in, and that was, as opposed to leading where he might have got a couple callers in the middle, he squeezed them out. So I like that play, actually. He check raised. Remember, the button was the initial raiser.
Right.
And so he checked to him and then threw a check raise and got the two guys in the middle out.
Yeah, you like that. I like to keep them in. So.
Well, I guess it all depends.
I mean, the board's not that coordinated. I mean, there's not 2 suited cards out there. I would like to keep them in. I would like to lead and have the aggressor raise.
Well,
but
and then come over with 3 bets. Maybe I understand the board isn't that coordinated, but when you got these guys playing all these different hands, and if they have a 2 and a 5 in the hand, they have some sort of straight draw. What if the guy had a single ace in the hand? They've been seeing them call all the time there, and they caught they caught an ace on the turn and on the river, which would have beat your hand too. So he did squeeze them out. It's funny that we're seeing a post here, too, commenting about how it was a person on here saying that they think that the chip size should be the amount of the first bet. In the game I'm reading. I must be the only person who wishes every casino had chips that equaled the structure. For efficiency's sake, like in an 8-16 game, 4 chips are all you need.
$4 chips.
$4
right.
chips. But the problem with that is it just kills the action in the game practically.
Right.
I mean, it really, in practical use, I know it might sound and it might look good in planned out, but practically it just kills all the action.
We have the perfect example for that. Like you were talking about the 5 chip 10. Well, the 10-20 is played with yellow, so it's not equal to the small bet. But the 5-10 is, and you were talking about the 5 chip 10 chip that would play a lot looser than a normal 5-10, and you actually see like the 4-8 and the 6-12 playing way looser than the 5-10 because of the chips. In the 5-10 game is 1 chip, 2 chip. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
Do we spread that?
We don't have the 5-10.
Oh, okay.
No.
Because I think the most practical example of that is, like I said, our 10-20 game where it's a 2-4 structure.
It's a 2-4 structure,
and
but I have seen
the
the 5-10 and the yellow chip. I mean, they used to spread that, and then they realized that the 4-8 and 6-12.
That's a 1-2 structure. That would be horrible in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
No, there used to be a 5-10.
Because people aren't thinking about dollar amounts. They're looking about the amount of chips. And I know it's not the correct way of thinking about it, but this is how it works in the real world. Mm-hmm. And they're looking at a 5-10 pot, and the pot has got 8 chips in it. You know what I mean? Versus, instead a pot with 40 chips in it.
Uh-huh.
It's, there's a big difference for 32 chips in it.
You'll be the man. You'll be the man if you...
Kind of winding down here, Shirley. Got about 3 or 4 minutes, probably a few hands left to go.
Yeah, that's right.
I finally enjoyed working a full night with you.
Yes.
Looking forward to reading
and this
all
has actually been a pretty good game
comments.
to watch. And we'll all let you know how we do against each other in the Omaha tournament.
Actually, no.
You are playing, right?
I think we're going to have to coordinate that off air.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a $200 one on Friday, but I know there's a $300 one next Friday, so I'll be playing in at least one of them. You probably want to play in both of them, right?
No, I'm playing in all 3 of them.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, we'll have to coordinate that.
It's my normal night off, so.
C5's flopped a flush here, and Jack of Clubs, pocket Jack, the Jack of Clubs. Ooh, 3 jacks. Now he's got a redraw for a full house here, something you don't normally see in Hold'em, and he's got the higher flush now. What a great hand. We don't talk about redraws a lot in Hold'em, not as much as we do in Omaha, but they definitely exist. And I think I'm getting word that this is our last hand. And please join us tomorrow night, again at 6 p.m. at
The $400, $800 game.
6 p.m. Pacific time, $400, $800 game. Thebike.com. Lots of action. Kind of almost a similar style to what we've seen tonight, but with much larger chip denominations and pots of well over several $1,000s, sometimes $10,000 pots.
You cannot take nothing, just...
And it's been a lot of fun. Those games have been great. Especially if we can have Jerry Buss in the game again. I mean, again, he's shown up for
he's a
every
lot
game.
of fun.
Yeah.
And if you have any comments, you could feel free to email me at my website. The link is on the right, pokerbabes.com. I do answer all the emails. Tonight, though, I'll probably be a little bit busy, but I will get to them.
And you
Probably
can
tomorrow.
Email us at live@thebike.com.
Live@thebike.com. Well, this is our last hand. It doesn't look like we really
Look at
have
this.
anybody in the
C5
hand.
is he's actually raising with queen deuce suited, and he's going to not get any callers. But anyways, what a way to end the night. I want to thank you, Shirley, for joining me tonight.
Thanks, Bart.
And we want to say goodbye to all of you guys here at Live at the Bike. We'll see you tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.